Chapter 44. Lin Tian stared at the red-faced ghost opposite him. He took a deep breath, held the hilt of his sword with both hands, and stared straight ahead. Read the full text. Sushu, back off a little, Lin Tian whispered. Sushu was stunned, but she quickly took action and took a few big steps back. Jie! On the opposite side, the red-faced ghost roared. Its demonic eyes were blood-red, and it rushed over with a face full of hostility. Huff! Lin Tian stared straight ahead. After exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, the long sword in his hand rotated and pressed down. The wind-shocking sword was displayed again at the fastest speed. The dense sword light pressed down on the red-faced ghost from all directions. The red-faced ghost roared and waved its claws quickly. Chi! 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 A crisp sound was heard. In the blink of an eye, Lin Tian's wind-shocking sword was completely destroyed. However, Lin Tian's expression did not change. He raised his right hand, and the long sword in his hand flew out. It turned into a ray of light and pierced towards the red-faced ghost. Then, he squatted down slightly and rushed towards the red-faced ghost with his bare hands. Lin Tian, what are you doing? Come back! Sushu's expression changed drastically. Rushing towards the red-faced ghost with his bare hands, wasn't he courting death? Lin Tian's expression was indifferent and calm. Lightning seemed to intertwine in his eyes. He used the yin-yang steps to the limit. It was like a flickering light and passing shadow, extremely fast. Clang! A crisp sound was heard. The long sword that Lin Tian threw out first was knocked away by the red-faced ghost's claw. However, at this time, Lin Tian had already arrived in front of the red-faced ghost. At this moment, Lin Tian did not have a sword in his hand, but he resolutely slashed out. Lightning sword! He spat out 4 words from his mouth. Although he did not have a sword in his hand, at this moment, it was as if a real lightning sword appeared in his right hand. It was fast and extremely powerful. The fierce and domineering sword intent caused the entire space to tremble. Whoosh! Like a flash of light, Lin Tian and the red-faced ghost passed by each other. In an instant, the surroundings were deathly silent. The red-faced ghost trembled and opened its mouth to wail. Its blood-red eyes quickly dimmed. Then, under Sushu's widened eyes, the red-faced ghost fell to the ground with a thud. Bright red blood slowly flowed out from the gap between the claws protecting its throat. Dead? Sushu was shocked, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. She remembered that earlier Lin Tian didn't have a sword in his hand, but he had executed the shocking wind sword formula. Furthermore, he had killed the red-faced ghost with a single slash. Lin Tian, how are you? Looking at Lin Tian, who still had his back facing her, Sushu couldn't help but shout. The popular novel website www.remakes.com has almost all the books you want to read. It's much more stable than the average website and updates faster. It's all text and no advertisements. Lin Tian turned around and smiled at Sushu. I'm fine. I'm fine. He was reminiscing about the feeling of the sword just now. You just executed the shocking wind sword formula with your bare hands? And it seemed to be stronger than when you were holding a sword. How did you do it? That's too amazing! Sushu's eyes widened. Lin Tian smiled. Well, it's a secret. Half a month ago, when he first practiced the art of controlling the formation, he discovered a secret. Without a weapon in hand, the sword aura he released through the sword pattern in the heart of his right hand would be much stronger than when he had a sword in hand. Therefore, just now, he directly threw the long sword in his hand at the red-faced ghost. Then, he executed the sword of lightning with his bare hands. The result was the same as when he first experimented with it. Without a sword in hand, the sword of lightning was indeed more powerful. Faster. More accurate. Stronger. This move is really overbearing. Gently clenching his right hand, Lin Tian felt a burst of comfort in his heart as he recalled the blow just now. Sushu widened her beautiful eyes and said with a grimace, Another secret? Ahem. Lin Tian coughed dryly and quickly looked away. However, at this moment, under the opposite vines, he suddenly saw a flash of white light. What is that? Lin Tian was puzzled. Slowly approaching the opposite side, Lin Tian came to the front of the vines, pulled open the surface of the vines, and was suddenly shocked. What's wrong? Su Shu curiously came over and suddenly took a step back in fright. Under the vines, there were dense white bones. It was unknown how long they had been there, but they were glowing faintly in the dim nest. Lin Tian was a bit strange. Why were there so many white bones here? And it seemed that these white bones belonged to humans. He thought for a moment, and suddenly understood. They should be the disciples of the martial house who were captured by the red-faced ghost. Su Shu was moved and nodded. Yes, it should be so. There were many white bones under the vines, so many that it made one's scalp tingle. However, at this moment, Lin Tian's eyes lit up. Pulling open a piece of white bones, he saw many black things the size of a baby's fist. This is? Su Shu's eyes widened as she read. Lin Tian took out a black thing and wiped off the accumulated dust on it. Suddenly, a faint halo flashed, lingering with a little bit of spiritual energy fluctuations. It's beast cores! Lin Tian andao. Staring down, Lin Tian's hands moved at the same time, and soon the surrounding vines and some white bones were cleared away. Suddenly, many similar black things appeared below. At a rough glance, there were about 500 of them. These were all beast cores. Oh my God! Su Shu couldn't help but exclaim. Lin Tian said, The owners of these white bones should be the disciples of the martial house who entered the Greenwind Ridge to temper themselves. When these people were tempering themselves in the Greenwind Ridge, they inevitably killed many monsters and collected a lot of beast cores. Later, they were captured by the red-faced ghost and died, but the beast cores were preserved. Su Shu nodded. This analysis was very reasonable. The two looked at each other and couldn't help but reveal a happy expression. More than 500 beast cores, this number was really shocking. Moreover, most of these beast cores were level 2 beast cores, and there were many level 3 beast cores. During the 7 days of the trial, they still had to rest and couldn't hunt monsters all the time. Therefore, it was really difficult to collect more than 500 beast cores in 7 days. But now, this is really a blessing in disguise. Lin Tian smiled. Su Shu's beautiful eyes lit up. Counting it like this, we've earned a lot. Lin Tian nodded and said, Well, thanks to you, the bait. What did you say? Su Shu stared at him. Lin Tian laughed, and didn't say anything. He began to organize the beast cores under the white bones. Beside him, Su Shu didn't stay idle. She helped Lin Tian to clean up the bones. It wasn't until 6 hours later that the two cleaned up all the beast cores. A total of 589 beast cores. Among them, there are 63 level 1 beast cores, 341 level 2 beast cores, and 185 level 3 beast cores. Lin Tian now. He prepared 5 cloth bags. At this moment, 3 of them were full. We've earned! Su Shu looked like a money grubber. Her eyes narrowed into crescents, and her face was full of happiness. It's only been a day. For the remaining 6 days, we can even sleep. We? Sleep? Su Shu, don't tempt me. Lin Tian coughed dryly. Su Shu was stunned. Then she kicked Lin Tian's foot fiercely, and said with a red face, Shameless! Stinky hooligan! Lin Tian laughed loudly. He stood up and walked to the other side. He pulled out the long sword from the ground and swept it over. He found that there were a few nicks on the blade. He couldn't help but sigh. The red-faced ghost's claws were really tough. He walked to the red-faced ghost's corpse and cut open its head. He took out a beast core the size of a fist. This beast core was very bright, like a luminous pearl, illuminating the surroundings. It's worthy of being a peak level 3 beast comparable to a 9th body refinement layer. Even its beast core is so overbearing. Lin Tian was astonished. Su Shu was also a little surprised. Her big eyes blinked. Speaking of which, You're only at the 6th body refinement layer. You actually killed a level 3 red-faced ghost that was comparable to a 9th sky body refinement layer. You're simply a monster! Sushu stared at Lin Tian now. Lin Tian smiled. He was actually just taking advantage of the situation. Although the red-faced ghost was comparable to a 9th sky body refinement layer, it was not on the same level as a real 9th sky body refinement layer martial artist. After all, it did not have the intelligence of a human martial artist. How about we go out first? Lin Tian asked. Sushu quickly nodded. Of course we have to go out. Let's go immediately. This senior sister does not want to stay here. The red-faced ghost nest was very dark. In addition, there were many white bones pulled out from under the vines. For a moment, the air was intertwined with a rotten smell, making people feel very uncomfortable. Sushu stood up and walked out of the cave. Lin Tian followed behind. The two of them quickly walked out of the cave. At this moment, the sky outside had already darkened. The curtain of night shrouded the earth. Only bits and pieces of starlight sprinkled down, covering the Greenwind Ridge with a layer of silver light. What do we do now? Let's just go back to the martial house, Sushu said. Although the outer house ranking trial was set for 7 days, that was only the maximum time limit. In fact, in these 7 days, the outer house disciples who entered the Greenwind Ridge could leave the Greenwind Ridge at any time. Of course, once they left the Greenwind Ridge in the middle of the trial, it meant that the person's ranking trial had ended. The result would be based on the beast cores collected when they left. Now, in addition to the beast cores collected before, she and Lin Tianyi had a total of over 600 beast cores. Over 600 beast cores was not a small number. It was enough for the two of them to be ranked in the top 10 of the outer house disciples. This senior sister does not have any ambition. As long as old man Mu is satisfied, it's fine. Let's go back, Sushi cheerfully said. Lin Tian was speechless. He pulled Sushu and said, It's only been a day. Relying on ourselves, how can we collect 600 beast cores? Do you think the martial house's instructors are stupid? If we go back now and they ask, how are we going to explain? Sushu stared blankly, then she suddenly understood. Oh right! Why didn't I think of this? After a pause, she looked at Lin Tian and said, Then tell me, what should we do now? Lin Tian thought for a while and said, Let's find a place to rest first. Then we'll continue to hunt demonic beasts and collect beast cores. Since we're already here, we should properly sharpen ourselves. Also, collecting beast cores is not a bad thing. The next day, in an old forest in the Greenwind Ridge, an astonishing sword she whistled, followed by a mournful cry. A demonic beast that looked like a rhinoceros had its throat pierced by a sword. With a bang, it fell into a pool of blood. A 3rd-level demonic beast, iron-tailed rhinoceros, comparable to a 7th-level body refinement cultivator, was actually killed by a single sword strike. This is a monster. Not far away, Sushu's eyes widened. Chapter 45. In the rank 3 demonic beast area, in an old forest, ear-piercing sword cries kept reverberating. Sword chi flew in all directions, and who knew how many old trees were affected? Branches and leaves were destroyed, and even the main branches were chopped off. Shadow Fist! Fire Fist! Sword of Destruction! Sword of Lightning! Sword of Shocking Wind! Cold voices kept ringing. First, it was scorching hot. Then, there seemed to be thunder in the air. This lunatic! Pervert! Demon! Not far away, Sushu, who was watching the battle, grimaced. It had been 6 days since they entered the Greenwind Ridge. In these 6 days, she had been watching Lin Tian fight. Whenever a demonic beast appeared, Lin Tian would rush out without hesitation. She didn't even have the chance to make a move. Pooh! Blood splattered. Lin Tian jumped up. With a spin of his sword, he pierced the forehead of the dark flame bull. With a bang, the dark flame bull's huge demonic body fell to the ground, dying a violent death. Phew! Lin Tian let out a long breath and wiped the sweat off his forehead. The dark flamed bull was a demonic beast comparable to the 8th level of the refinement realm. He used almost all of his skills and used all of his martial skills to wear down the opponent's strength before killing it. Taking out the beast core of the dark flamed bull and putting away his sword, Lin Tian's face revealed a slight smile. Sushu, how many beast cores do you have? After these days of training, Lin Tian's control of the shocking wind sword art had become more skillful, almost to the point of perfection. And the strength of the shocking wind sword art also made him very satisfied. It was worthy of being a martial skill that no one had been able to cultivate to the perfection stage. It was really very powerful, increasing his combat strength by a lot. Su Shu stepped forward and said, 656. These days, Lin Tian chose to challenge some of the stronger demonic beasts. Therefore, the speed of collecting beast cores was very slow. Su Shu was naturally not dissatisfied with this. She didn't care much about it. Moreover, in these few days she had personally seen Lin Tian repeatedly use the shocking wind sword art. She felt that she had benefited a lot and learned a lot. Oh, it's the last day. Let's go back. Lin Tian smiled. After a few days of tempering, other than resting, he was almost always fighting with demonic beasts. His cultivation had also increased by quite a bit, and he felt that he could step into the 7th layer of the refinement realm at any time. Let's go. Su Shu nodded repeatedly. She had long wanted to go out. Immediately, the two of them walked towards the 9-yang martial house. Both of their cultivations were not low, so their speed was naturally not slow. The old trees on both sides quickly retreated. Not long after, 3 figures suddenly appeared in their field of vision. One of them looked somewhat familiar. That is? Lin Tianwei narrowed his eyes. In front of them, the 3 figures had obviously sensed the approach of Lin Tian and Su Shu, and they all turned their heads to look at them. Eh? One of them was slightly surprised. This person was dressed in golden robes and had a handsome appearance. He gave people the impression of a noble young master. It was Zhou Hao. Shu! Zhou Hao greeted them and blocked in front of Lin Tian and Su Shu. Su Shu stopped and frowned. She said unhappily, Zhou Hao, I've told you many times, don't call me Shu. I'm not familiar with you. Zhou Hao's eyes flashed with a haze, but he maintained a smile on his face. He looked beside Su Shu and seemed to have just noticed Lin Tian's appearance. He smiled and said, So Brother Lin is also here. Oh right, I wonder how Brother Lin's preparation for the battle in 3 months' time is? I think it should be about time. Lin Tian shrugged and said, Brother Zhou, you don't have to worry about this. Brother Zhou, you should worry about yourself. If the number 1 person in the outer house is kicked out of the arena by a newcomer like me in 3 months' time, the scene will probably be a little ugly. Zhou Hao narrowed his eyes and stared at Lin Tian with a sense of pressure. He said, Oh? It seems that Brother Lin is very confident that he can beat me. Who knows? Lin Tianyi had an indifferent expression. Suddenly, the corner of his mouth curled into an evil smile. He took Su Shu's hand and said, Shu, let's go. Su Shu's cheeks turned red and she said angrily, You rascal! However, she did not say anything about the way Lin Tian addressed her. She also did not withdraw her hand from Lin Tian's. This scene caused Zhou Hao's face to darken. Then Brother Zhou, see you later, Lin Tian said with a smile. Holding Su Shu's hand, he purposely put on an affectionate expression and walked around Zhou Hao to the 9-yang martial house. Stop right there! You're just a newcomer. How dare you talk to young Master Zhou like that? You've got guts! At this moment, a cold voice rang out. The 2 young men behind Zhou Hao stood out. One was dressed in green, and the other was dressed in gray. Both of them stared at Lin Tian with an unfriendly expression. Lin Tian did not seem to have heard the 2 of them. He held Su Shu's hand and continued walking towards the 9-yang martial house. Chi! A sword ray landed beside his feet, leaving a deep sword mark on the ground. Are you deaf? The young man in gray looked coldly at Lin Tian. The long sword in his hand flickered with a dark light. Staring at the deep sword mark beside his feet, Lin Tian turned around and let go of Su Shu's hand. He looked at the young man in gray who was holding the long sword and asked, "Were you the one who attacked me just now?" "I was the one who attacked you." "So what?" the young man in gray said with disdain. "So what?" Lin Tianling smiled. His body flashed and appeared in front of the young man in gray. He raised his hand and slapped him. "Pa!" A loud slap was heard, and the young man in gray was sent flying. Lin Tian clapped his hands. "Nothing much. I just beat you up." Looking at this scene, Zhou Hao frowned. The young man in green was also surprised. "So fast." Su Shu was surprised. Although she had seen Lin Tian's terrifying speed in the past few days, she could not help but be shocked when she saw it again. For a cultivator at the sixth firmament of body refinement, this speed was indeed abnormal. Not far away, the young man in gray was bleeding from the corner of his mouth. Half of his face was swollen, and there was a clear handprint on it. He looked at Lin Tian with shame and anger. Boom! The young man in gray stood up suddenly, and his body emitted a terrifying sword intent. "Not bad! The timing of your sneak attack was also very good." The young man in gray looked at Lin Tian ferociously. "You dare to attack me? Your right hand! Wait to be crippled!" Not far behind, Su Shu whispered to Lin Tian. "Su Ho, ranked 25th in the outer house. Peak of the 7th firmament of body refinement. He has mastered a superior body refinement level martial skill, the Lingyu sword technique. Be careful, this sword technique is not easy to deal with. In comparison, although the people from the Mo family are also at the 7th firmament of body refinement, they are much weaker than Su Ho. Peak of the 7th firmament of body refinement, superior body refinement level martial skill." Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. Just at this moment, Su Ho had already made his move. In the blink of an eye, the surroundings were densely covered with sword shadows, revealing numerous phantoms. The sword light he slashed out was constantly changing directions at a strange angle as it blasted towards Lin Tian. "Lingyu's sword!" Su Ho shouted coldly. Whoosh! 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 The sword aura flashed, and the sound of it breaking through the air was constantly emitted. However, the sword aura's trajectory was very vague. Behind him, the green-clothed man crossed his arms and said, "Lingyu's sword, as the name suggests, the sword aura is like a ghost. Normal people would not be able to grasp the direction of the sword aura, and would unknowingly discover that they have already been hit by the sword aura. After not seeing him for a few days, Su Ho's control of this sword technique has become even more skillful. I reckon that even I would have some trouble facing him." The green-clothed man's name was Lu Xing, ranked 23rd in the outer house. "Very good." Zhou Hao nodded. Lu Xing smiled and said, "To be praised by young Master Zhou is very good. I believe that Su Ho will be very happy. Right now, young Master Zhou should appreciate the ugliness of that newcomer. He just entered the martial house and actually dared to disobey young Master Zhou. He really does not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Let Su Ho teach him a good lesson." Whoosh! 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 The sword aura flashed, and finally, the dense sword aura all fell towards Lin Tian. These sword auras were very strange, constantly changing directions. It was very troublesome. After observing them for a few breaths, Lin Tian found that it was very difficult to grasp their trajectory. Humph! However, Lin Tian did not care about this, and only responded with a cold snort. "If you can't see clearly, then destroy them all," he coldly said. A fierce and overbearing sword aura spread out from his body. The shocking wind sword, which had already reached perfection, was suddenly unleashed. A dense silver sword screen appeared, spreading out in a 360-degree circle. Kung! The sound of the sword was ear-piercing, shaking people's souls. Chi-chi-chi sounds continuously rang out, and the sword aura of Su Ho's sword aura was all shattered. Almost at the same time, several sword auras of the shocking wind sword pierced through the sword aura of the sword aura and stabbed into Su Ho's body. Ah! Suho screamed, his whole body was dripping with blood as he flew backwards in a sorry state. Such a scene instantly shocked everyone present. How is this possible? Lu Xing was shocked. A cultivator at the 6th layer of body refinement actually pierced through the sword aura of Suho, who was at the peak of the 7th layer of body refinement, and even injured Suho. His face was filled with disbelief. Zhou Hao's face was heavy. He recognized the sword skill that Lin Tian displayed. It was actually the most difficult sword skill in the martial house, the shocking wind sword art. And from the looks of it, Lin Tian seemed to have already cultivated it to the large success stage. Brother Lin, we are all brothers from the same sect, your moves are too vicious. Zhou Hao said in a deep voice. Lin Tian disdainfully smiled. When he said that he was going to cripple my right hand and use a high-level body refinement martial skill, I didn't see you stand out and say anything. Now that I have defeated him, you jump out and say that I am vicious. Isn't your butt a bit too crooked? Zhou Hao's face sank. He did not injure you. When he injures me, you will probably be secretly laughing. Lin Tian said sarcastically. Bastard! How can you speak to young Master Zhou like that? Lu Xing stood out and coldly stared at Lin Tian. A mere newcomer, not only did you not show respect to your senior brother, but you also did not show any remorse. You really lack education. Today, as your senior brother, I will take the place of your derelict parents and teach you what etiquette is. Lin Tian's eyes were cold, almost cruel as they swept towards Lu Xing. You say that again, he said coldly. At this moment, his body suddenly emitted a murderous aura. His entire person was like a ghost. You! Lu Xing's face changed and he could not help but take a step back. This true murderous aura made him unable to help but feel a sense of fear. Chapter 46. Rex. Lin Tian's aura was somewhat terrifying. It was the kind of murderous aura that was accumulated from killing people. It was not something that could be obtained from killing demonic beasts. This murderous aura was cold and ruthless, which was indeed very intimidating. Zhou Hao frowned and stopped Lu Xing, who was retreating. He then looked at Lin Tian. Brother Lin, aren't you being too overbearing? Overbearing? Lin Tian was disdainful. You came here to stop us, casually scolded us, and now you have the nerve to say that I'm overbearing? Aren't you too shameless? We're senior brothers. What's wrong with letting you stay and scolding you? Lu Xing shouted. Senior brother? Lin Tian glanced at Lu Xing indifferently. Are you worthy of being my senior brother? You! Lu Xing's face was filled with anger. Zhou Hao held Lu Xing down and looked at Lin Tian. He said in a deep voice. No matter what, Brother Lin has gone too far today. Marquis Su has been injured so badly. You should at least apologize. Apologize? Stop joking. Lin Tian snorted. Pulling Sushu up, Lin Tian turned and left. Don't go! Lu Xing glanced at Zhou Hao and gritted his teeth. His body emitted a powerful aura, wanting to stop Lin Tian. Rumble! At this moment, the earth trembled and a violent hurricane suddenly rolled up, causing the old trees around to sway wildly as if an earthquake had occurred. At this moment, the level 3 demonic beast area was suddenly filled with demonic aura. Not far away, a cloud of black sand rolled up, and then the earth trembled even more violently. As far as the eye could see, a dense group of demonic beasts was rushing towards them. The formation was appalling. These demonic beasts have gone berserk. Lin Tian's expression changed. Boom! A loud sound came out, and the earth trembled even more violently. Lin Tian looked into the distance, and saw a huge octopus-like demonic beast following behind the group of demonic beasts. This demonic beast was about 50 feet tall, and its eyes were as big as footballs. The level 4 centipede beast, why would it appear in this area? Sushu's eyes widened. A grade 4 demonic beast was comparable to a divine vein realm expert. Ignore it, let's leave first, Lin Tian said in a deep voice. Without any hesitation, he pulled Sushu and turned to leave. Facing such a group of berserk demonic beasts, staying here was simply courting death. Roar! A scalp-numbing cry rang out, and Lin Tianji felt as if his eardrums were about to shatter. Behind them, the centipede shook its tentacles, creating a series of cracks in the ground. Lin Tianji were both bounced up from the ground. A strange suction force appeared, and Lin Tian and his companion were pulled towards the centipede. Damn it! Lin Tian's expression changed slightly. The suction force was quite strong. He and Sushu's bodies quickly floated towards the centipede. Ah! A shrill scream rang out, and the seriously injured Marquis Su was the first to be pulled over. He was caught by one of the centipede's tentacles and directly thrown into its mouth. Such a scene made Elvishing's face turn pale. Fortunately, there was an old tree beside them. The two of them grabbed onto the trunk of the old tree, and were not sucked into the air. Lin Tian was still in the air. He and Sushu were pulled towards the centipede by the suction force, and it was impossible for them to stop. Tilting his head to look at the humongous 100-legged beast behind him, Lin Tian gritted his teeth and grabbed Sushu, who was beside him. Using all his strength, he ferociously threw her back the way he came. This way, he himself floated towards the 100-legged beast even faster. Lin Tian. Sushu's expression changed drastically. Flying towards the centipede even faster, Lin Tian could not control his body to land. He reached into his chest, and with his back facing the crowd, he took out 2 martial fusion rune scrolls that he had prepared before participating in the trial. With a thought, he unfolded them. With a clang, a dense curtain of swords suddenly appeared, wildly slashing towards the centipede. Roar! The centipede roared. The curtain of swords did not hurt it, but the suction force disappeared. Lin Tian landed on the ground, and without hesitation, quickly turned around and rushed back. Roar! Blocked by the curtain of swords, the centipede seemed to be angry, and its dense tentacles frantically swept towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian's expression was solemn, but he was not afraid. He activated the Tianyi Soul technique, and his perception quickly soared. Using the yin-yang steps, he kept flashing between the dense tentacles, and quickly distanced himself from the centipede. What kind of movement technique is this? How can he be so fast? Elvishing was shocked. Lin Tian, be careful! Sushu shouted, and directly ran forward, drawing her sword to attack the centipede. Shu, stop, I'll go help Brother Lin. Zhou Hao stopped Sushu. Passing by Sushu, Zhou Hao quickly came to the front, and a green longsword suddenly appeared in his hand. Brother Lin, I'll help you. As he spoke, a cold light flashed in Zhou Hao's eyes. He waved the longsword in his hand, and instantly the sky was filled with sword chi, quickly slashing forward. Lin Tian was suspicious. Would Zhou Hao be kind enough to help him? The moment this thought appeared, Lin Tian's expression changed, and his eyes suddenly became extremely cold. Zhou Hao's sword chi attacked. It seemed to be attacking the centipede, but at the same time, it blocked all his escape routes. Originally, he could have used the yin-yang steps to break out, but now Zhou Hao blocked his way. Brother Lin, come out quickly! Zhou Hao shouted with an anxious expression on his face. Lin Tian's eyes were cold, and he quickly used the yin-yang steps to dodge. However, in the middle of a pincer attack with sword chi in front and a beast behind, even he could not protect himself. Suddenly, one of the centipede's tentacles wrapped around his body. Lin Tian! Sushu's expression changed drastically. She quickly rushed out, and the slender sword in her hand slashed out rays of sword chi. Little Shu, you can't go over! Zhou Hao shouted and stopped Sushu. Get out of the way! Sushu shouted angrily, staring at Lin Tian, who was entangled by the centipede. She was so anxious that tears fell from her eyes. Roar! At this moment, the centipede roared again. For a moment, the surrounding black fog surged, and the violent and terrifying demonic aura was vast and mighty, like dark clouds pressing down on the sky. Then, the centipede retreated and quickly disappeared into the distance. As for Lin Tian, he was dragged away as well. Lin Tian! Sushu shouted and was about to chase after him. However, at the same time, there was a dense group of demonic beasts in the area. These demonic beasts were all level 3 demonic beasts, and they seemed to have been driven here by the centipede. After the centipede left, these level 3 demonic beasts attacked Sushu and the others violently. As a result, Sushu's pursuit of the centipede was stopped. "Little Shu, be careful!" Zhou Hao shouted. Looking at the direction where the centipede left, Zhou Hao heaved a sigh of relief, and at the same time, a sinister smile appeared on his face. "How dare you fight with me? You're courting death!" Zhou Hao snorted in a low voice. Lin Tian's body was entangled by the tentacles of the 100-legged beast. Black clouds rolled in the surroundings, and the demonic chi was unimaginably dense. His hands and legs were bound, making it hard for him to move. He couldn't even struggle. Whoosh! The strong wind whistled in his ears. He could imagine how fast the centipede was moving. After some time, Lin Tian felt that the centipede had stopped. Then, his body was thrown out heavily, and he crashed into a stone wall with a bang. Ouch! Lin Tian gritted his teeth and stood up with difficulty. He felt as though a few of the bones in his back were broken. This was a valley, and black demonic aura was intertwined in the surroundings. Lin Tian circulated the Tian One Soul technique, and he could vaguely see a pair of bloodthirsty demonic eyes through the black demonic fog. They were cold, cruel, and merciless. He couldn't help but shudder when he saw the look in her eyes. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air was heard. The centipede growled, and its dense tentacles pressed down on Lin Tian. Those tentacles had many sharp teeth, and they looked exceptionally terrifying. "It's over!" Lin Tian's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. A Class 4 demonic beast was comparable to a Divine Pulse realm expert. How could he resist it? 1. Suddenly, something that Lin Tian did not expect happened. The sword inscription on his right hand lit up on its own at this moment, radiating the most resplendent light it had ever emitted. He felt like his right hand was burning. "This is?" Lin Tian was shocked. At this moment, the centipede's tentacles were already in front of him. Without much time to think, Lin Tian clenched his teeth, opened his right hand, and pushed it out. Clang! A terrifying sword sound was heard, followed by the shriek of the centipede. Lin Tian looked up, and his eyes widened. The centipede was sent flying in a sorry state, and the tentacles that were attacking him had been blasted into pieces. Looking at the shining sword mark on his right hand, Lin Tian was stunned for a moment. Wasn't this a little too frightening? 10 feet away, the centipede let out a cry of fear. Those huge football-like demonic eyes were filled with panic. It used its only dozen tentacles to support itself on the ground and quickly fled into the distance. Lin Tian came back to his senses, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Still trying to escape? The sword mark on his palm was still shining. He used the duality steps and waved his palm across the air. Boom! It was a casual palm, but it caused the space to tremble. There seemed to be endless sword sounds in the world, and there seemed to be terrifying thunder rumbling in the void. The surrounding wilderness was completely shrouded in a destructive aura. Puff! The powerful centipede exploded with a boom. Blood splattered and dyed a large area of the ground red. Lin Tian gasped. He was once again stunned by the sword mark on his palm. What's the origin of that iron sword? He was shocked. After the iron sword entered his body, the cultivation method appeared in his mind. Then, he obtained the unparalleled body movement technique. Then, he obtained the art of array control, which strengthened his sword technique. And now, the sword mark displayed such a terrifying destructive power. Whoosh! A sound was heard. Lin Tian looked up and saw a fist-sized crystal ball falling from the sky. Lin Tian reached out and grabbed it. This is the beast core of the centipede? It actually survived. Lin Tian muttered to himself. Looking at the beast core in his hand, Lin Tian felt an extremely rich spiritual energy. This spiritual energy fluctuation was enough to compare to the 9 twists essence pill he refined for the first time. It's a pity that human martial artists can't refine the beast core of a demonic beast. Otherwise, this beast core would be enough for me to enter the 7th level of the refinement realm. Lin Tian shook his head and was about to put away the beast core. However, at this moment, something strange happened again. In the palm of his right hand, the sword mark was shining. A hazy divine light suddenly enveloped the beast core in his hand. In an instant, a rich spiritual energy spread and flowed into his body through his right hand. Chapter 47. Lin Tianyi was shocked. He could clearly feel that the spiritual energy entering his body through his right hand was rich and pure. It was exactly the same feeling as when he refined the 9 melody essence elixir a month ago. Could it be? Lin Tian was overjoyed. Taking a deep breath, Lin Tian quickly sat down cross-legged and activated his 4 extremes meridians. Buzz! A faint silver light flashed and bathed his body. Lin Tian calmed his mind and used his true core force to guide the spiritual energy into his flesh and bones. He was pleasantly surprised to find that he could use it to cultivate. Taking another deep breath, Lin Tian suppressed the excitement in his heart and began to cultivate seriously. The centipede was a class 4 demonic beast and was comparable to a divine pulse realm expert. The spiritual energy contained in the core of such a demonic beast was unimaginable. At this moment, with the help of the sword pattern in his right hand, the core seemed to be decomposed. The spiritual energy contained in it quickly spread and flowed into Lin Tian's body. Refine my flesh and blood! Refine my bones! Lin Tian muttered to himself. His eyes were calm and firm as he endured the excruciating pain of body tempering and guided the spirit energy into his flesh, bones, and tendons. Under the guidance of his true essence, the spirit energy seemed to have turned into sharp blades, madly cutting into his flesh, bones, and tendons. The so-called body tempering was to first destroy it, and then rebuild it. This process was destined to be painful. Lin Tianyi activated his 4 extremes meridians again and again, completely ignoring the pain of body tempering. His eyes were calm throughout. After an unknown period of time, the sound of a heavenly drum came from his body, and white smoke rose from the top of his head. At this point, 12 hours quickly passed. The sky darkened. Lin Tian sat cross-legged in the valley. The core in his right hand was about to lose its luster, and looked no different from an ordinary stone. It was at this time that Lin Tianhao shuddered. Boom! With him as the center, a majestic aura quickly spread out in all directions. The aura lasted for a few dozen breaths. After dozens of breaths, all of the aura disappeared, and the light on the centipede's beast core dimmed completely. At this time, Lin Tian finally opened his eyes, 2 rays of light flashing through them. Exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, Lin Tian stood up. 7th layer of body refinement! He clenched his left fist and immediately felt a tremendous change. His strength had increased by at least 2 times. Crack! At this moment, a crisp sound rang out from his right hand. The 100-legged beast's beast core had all of its spiritual chi essence sucked away, turning it into an ordinary stone. As Lin Tian activated the true essence in his body, a large crack suddenly appeared on the stone. Lin Tian was shocked when he saw the ruined beast core in front of him. Because monster beasts and humans had different physiques, even though monster beast cores contained an endless amount of spiritual energy, human cultivators were unable to directly refine them. They could only use them as special materials, such as alchemy and refining tools. But now, he was able to directly absorb the spiritual energy from the monster beast's beast core, refining it as if it was a pill. This was simply a miracle. If news of this were to spread, who knew how many people would be stunned? This sword mark! Staring at the sword mark in his hand, Lin Tianji felt his heart palpitate. This thing was too mysterious. At this moment, the sword mark in his hand had already dimmed. After staring at it for a few breaths, the surprise on Lin Tian's face disappeared and was replaced by ecstasy. With this sword mark, in the future, wouldn't he have an additional way to increase his cultivation compared to ordinary people? He could rely on refining monster beast cores to increase his strength. Thinking of this, Lin Tian could not help but laugh excitedly. As he laughed, his face became cold again. Show how, just you wait. If I don't kill you in 2 months, I'll change my surname to yours. Lin Tianling murmured to himself. After calming himself down, Lin Tian began to look around. This place was a valley that was neither too big nor too small. It seemed to be the 100-legged beast's lair. Carefully looking around, Lin Tian discovered that this place was littered with bones. There were both human bones and demonic beast bones. Of course, the majority of them were demonic beast bones. After looking around, he did not find any monster beast cores. Let's leave first. When we get back, I'll use the 100 spirits grass as the foundation to start refining my organs. Lin Tian muttered to himself. He got the 100 spirits grass from Gujing. It was a spiritual medicine for refining the organs. It was worth nearly 100,000 spirit coins. It had a miraculous effect on refining the organs. He could not wait to use the 100 spirits grass for the next step of his cultivation. Moreover, staying in this demonic beast's lair made him feel very uncomfortable. Striding out of the valley, what appeared in front of him was a denser old forest. The tree trunks were thicker, and the monster chi in the air was denser. He could not help but feel a chill down his spine. Roar! The roar of the monster beast echoed in the old forest, shaking the earth. With the help of the weak moonlight, Lin Tian saw huge demonic beasts. Although they were not as big as the centipedes, they were not too far off. These demonic beasts were emitting extremely terrifying waves of energy. Compared to the red-faced ghost he killed, these demonic beasts were much, much more powerful. They were simply not on the same level. This place. Could it be a Class 4 monster beast area? Lin Tian swallowed his saliva. Calming himself down, Lin Tian hid in the valley and carefully looked outside. Soon half an hour passed. Lin Tian sadly found that he was really in a Class 4 monster beast area. F***CK. Lin Tian suddenly had the urge to chop someone up. If he wanted to return to the Nine-Yang martial house, he had to cross this Class 4 monster beast area. However, this area was filled with Class 4 monster beasts. The weakest one was comparable to an expert at the early stage of the Divine Range realm. He was only at the 7th stage of the Body Refinement realm. Crossing this kind of monster beast area was simply a narrow escape. Although he had relied on the sword pattern to chop the 100-legged beast, those 2 palms had drained almost all of his true essence. Moreover, he found that he had only accidentally triggered the sword pattern. Under normal circumstances, he would not have been able to unleash such power. This is bad. Thinking of this, Lin Tian could not help but smile bitterly. He wanted to immediately drag Zhou Hao out and chop him up 1,000 times. Calming himself down, he took a deep breath and slowly walked out of the valley. Although the Class 4 monster beast area was dangerous, he had no choice but to leave. He could not stay here and cultivate until he reached the Divine Range realm, right? Wouldn't he have to cultivate for a long time? I have the yin-yang steps and 2 martial fusion pattern scrolls. I will deal with it carefully. Lin Tian muttered to himself. Taking advantage of the dark night, Lin Tian flashed out of the valley and cautiously headed towards the Class 3 monster beast area. Roar! Roar! In the Class 4 monster beast area, the roars of monster beasts could be heard from time to time. It was so loud that Lin Tian's eardrums were a little numb. He carefully hid in the darkness, and tried his best to restrain his aura. Like a ghost, he shuttled back and forth in the old forest. Dong! Suddenly, the earth shook as if a giant was walking. Lin Tian stopped and hid behind an old tree. He looked into the distance, and saw an ape-like monster beast fighting with a crocodile-like monster beast covered in scales. As they fought, the air was filled with blood. The surrounding old trees collapsed one by one, and huge rocks were shattered into pieces. The scene was extremely horrifying. Lin Tian could not help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. This scene was indeed a little frightening. quietly retreat. After saying this to himself, Lin Tian carefully left. The night shrouded the old forest, but the monster beasts were still very active. Not long after, Lin Tian was stared at by a pair of ghostly blue monster eyes. It was a strange monster beast that was about 10 feet tall. Although its body was not very large, the aura it emitted was exceptionally terrifying. It was not much worse than the centipede. With a ruthless roar, the monster beast stirred up a fishy wind and directly pounced on Lin Tian. F***CK. With a loud curse, Lin Tian used the yin-yang steps and quickly escaped. Whoosh! 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 His speed was very fast. He shuttled through the old forest, bringing about bursts of air-piercing sounds. However, the monster beast that was chasing him was not slow either. The distance between the two was rapidly closing. Turning his head to take a look, Lin Tian's footsteps did not change. Instead, his right hand reached into his bosom and took out a martial fusion rune scroll that he had long prepared. After inserting his thoughts into it, he directly threw it at the strange demonic beast behind him. Clang! For a moment, an ear-piercing sword hum resounded in all directions. The silver sword screamed continuously slashed down. The monster beast let out a low roar. Instantly, a gust of violent wind swept up. After 3 breaths, the violent wind dispersed. The martial fusion pattern scroll of the startling wind sword left several bloody marks on the monster beast's body. As for Lin Tian, he had disappeared from its sight. Roar! The monster beast was furious. It raised its head and roared, causing the surrounding old trees to violently shake. 300 feet away, Lin Tian heard this furious roar and could not help but let out a sigh of relief. I've finally gotten rid of it, Lin Tian muttered to himself. Thinking about it, Lin Tian suddenly felt somewhat fortunate that he had prepared a few martial fusion pattern scrolls before entering the Greenwind Ridge. Otherwise, encountering such a situation would truly be somewhat troublesome. Although he could also slash out the startling wind sword at any time, using the startling wind sword not only took time but also consumed true essence. It was extremely disadvantageous to his escape. There's still one martial fusion pattern scroll left. I must be more careful, Lin Tian muttered to himself. Hiding behind an old tree, he carefully looked around. After confirming that there was no danger nearby, he moved again. Using the yin-yang steps, he quickly rushed towards the level 3 monster beast area. 3 days later, at the edge of the level 2 monster beast area of the Greenwind Ridge, a shabbily dressed youth held a broken longsword in his hand. His hair was disheveled, and his body was covered in mud. He slightly staggered as he walked, not much different from a beggar. This youth was Lin Tian. I've finally made it out, Lin Tian cursed. In 3 days, the last martial fusion pattern scroll of the startling wind sword art was also consumed. After that, in order to avoid the terrifying monster beasts in the level 4 monster beast area, he buried himself in piles of rocks, hid in thorns, and hid in dense branches. It was as miserable as it could be. Most importantly, in these 3 days, in order to fill his stomach, he even ate a lot of grass. Chapter 48. Regs. After passing through the Class 2 Demonic Beast area and the Class 1 Demonic Beast area, Lin Tian arrived at the stone door leading to the Nine-Yang Martial House at Greenwind Ridge. His miserable appearance shocked the 2 deacons of the martial house who were guarding the door. They thought that he was a barbarian. Lin Tian was speechless. After passing through the stone door, Lin Tian increased his speed. He didn't want the other people in the martial house to see his sorry state. It wouldn't be a good thing. Roughly a quarter of an hour later, he returned to his residence. With a creak sound, he pushed open the door, seeing Su Shu currently accompanying Lin Shi. Brother, you're back! Lin Shi happily welcomed him. She looked up and asked curiously, Sister Su, didn't you say that you had something to do far away and would be delayed for a long time? Far away? Lin Tian was curious. He looked at Sushu and saw that Sushu's face was slightly pale, but her eyes were wide open. You, Sushu pointed at Lin Tian as if she had seen a ghost. I'm fine. Lin Tian smiled. Sushu quickly walked forward and carefully poked Lin Tian a few times. Her face immediately revealed a happy expression. You're fine? Sushu's face was full of vigor. Lin Tian's heart skipped a beat. Did Sushu think that he was dead? Thinking about it, when he came back, Sushu was accompanying Lin Shi. Her mental state was a little bad and she looked like her soul had left her body. She even told Lin Shi that she had to go far away and would be delayed for a long time. Lin Tian immediately understood. Looking at Sushu again, he was a little touched. I'm really fine. Although it's a little polite, I still have to thank you, Lin Tian said sincerely. This girl, who he had just met, was really good to him and Lin Shi. Who wants you to thank me? Sushu kicked Lin Tian's leg. She was happy and angry at the same time. Lin Tian smiled. He knew that she was worried about him, so he naturally didn't mind. Lin Shi saw that Lin Tian's clothes were torn and covered in mud. She immediately went to another room to prepare hot water. So obedient. Sushu smiled. She often came to accompany Lin Shi. Although it was related to Lin Tian, more importantly, Lin Shi was very likable. My Lin Tian's sister, of course. Sister. Lin Tian smiled. Sushu rolled her eyes. What are you so proud of? S. Master and Elder Sherdong also went to look for you, but they couldn't find you. Lin Tian was a little surprised. Sushu nodded. After returning to the martial house a few days ago, she immediately found Mu Qing and told her that Lin Tian was in danger. Coincidentally, Sherdong was also there. The two of them immediately went to the Greenwind Ridge. Unfortunately, the Greenwind Ridge was too big. It was too difficult to find a person in it. The two of them searched for an entire day without any results. Lin Tian was moved. He was even more grateful to Mu Qing and Sherdong. Patting Lin Tianyi, Sushu asked, What happened after that? Sushu was actually a little surprised. The 100-legged beast was in existence comparable to divine vein realm experts. After being dragged away by the 100-legged beast, Lin Tian, who was in the refinement realm, actually came back alive. After the 100-legged beast dragged me to its nest, it seemed to have eaten its fill and temporarily ignored me. Then I carefully escaped when it wasn't paying attention. After that, Lin Tian spoke tirelessly. Other than the part where he killed the 100-legged beast and refined its beast core, he spoke the truth about everything else. Of course, he naturally couldn't tell her about the martial fusion rune scroll. Eaten its fill? Ignored you? You took the opportunity to escape? Sushu stared. That was possible. That's right. Lin Tian nodded without blushing or skipping a beat. Sushu was a little suspicious, but she didn't dwell on this issue. Forget it. It's best that you survived. But speaking of which, you're really heaven-defying. You actually passed through the level 400-legged beast area unscathed. The level 400-legged beast area was filled with terrifying 100-legged beasts that were comparable to divine vein realm experts. Lin Tian actually walked out of the level 400-legged beast area unscathed. This really surprised Sushu. Lin Tian was speechless. Which eye of yours saw that I was unscathed? I have a lot of injuries on my body. Humph! Sushu snorted. After a pause, Sushu seemed to have thought of something. She said, By the way, I have something for you. She turned and walked to the side. Not long after, she actually took out a long sword. The long sword was more gorgeous than Lin Tian's previous sword. It looked even stronger. This is? Lin Tian's pupils shrank. With his keen perception, he felt that this sword was very unusual. Middle-grade spiritual weapon, sword of origin, Sushu said. Middle-grade spiritual weapon? Lin Tianyi was shocked. The world of martial artists was mysterious and fantastical. There were elixirs, formations, and naturally, powerful weapons. Weapons were also divided into different levels in the martial arts world. Ordinary weapons aside, weapons of higher levels were temporarily divided into 3 levels: spiritual weapon, precious weapon, supreme treasure, and immortal weapon. Each level was further divided into 3 grades: high, medium, and low. Lin Tian was a little surprised. Sword of origin, where did this come from? The Martial House's reward, Su Shu said. The Martial House's reward? Lin Tian's eyes moved. He seemed to have thought of something. Su Shu nodded and said, "A few days ago, during the Outer House ranking trial, we collected a total of more than 600 beast cores. I thought you were dead, so I wanted to at least let you die with honor. So I put all the beast cores under your name. The final result was the 2nd place of the Outer House. This Sword of Origin is the reward." Die with honor? Lin Tian was touched and amused. Taking the Sword of Origin from Su Shu, Lin Tian tried to run the sword skill and found that it was much stronger than usual. Middle grade spiritual weapon is tougher than ordinary weapons. At the same time, it can increase your strength by about 20%. Su Shu said. Lin Tian nodded. It does increase my strength by about 20%. The biggest effect of a high-level precious weapon was to enhance the martial artist's strength and combat effectiveness. Low-grade spiritual weapons could increase strength by about 10%, middle-grade spiritual weapons could increase strength by 20%, and high-grade spiritual weapons could increase strength by 30%. When it came to precious weapons, supreme treasures, and immortal weapons, it could increase strength by even more. Lin Tian held the Sword of Origin and waved it a few times. He suddenly felt that it was easy to use. Putting away the Sword of Origin and looking at Su Shu again, Lin Tian could not help but feel a little embarrassed. He said, "You put all the beast cores under my name, aren't you yourself?" Su Shu naturally knew what Lin Tian wanted to say and did not care at all. "Middle grade spiritual weapon, I have it myself. It's the sword I used last time. You've seen it before. It's called Green Thunder," Su Shu said. Lin Tianwei was stunned, and then he quickly remembered. It turns out to be a high-grade spiritual weapon. Lin Tian nodded. No wonder when he saw Su Shu use that sword last time, the last sword was a little too strong. It turned out that it was a middle-grade spiritual weapon. And he was not surprised that Su Shu had a middle-grade spiritual weapon. After all, she was Mu Qing's disciple. After thinking for a while, Lin Tian asked, "Who is the Outer House champion this time?" "It's still Zhou Hao. He collected a total of 491 beast cores, but most of them are 3rd-grade beast cores. His overall score is the highest," Su Shu said. "It's really him." Lin Tian nodded. His expression was calm, but he was sneering in his heart. Zhou Hao. 2 months later, he must kill this person. What's wrong? Seeing Lin Tian's strange expression, Su Shu asked. Not long ago in Greenwind Ridge, Zhou Hao deliberately plotted against Lin Tian. Su Shu did not understand. Even Elvishing, who was with Zhou Hao, did not know. This kind of thing could only be felt by Lin Tian himself. Nothing. Lin Tian shook his head. Su Shu made a nose sound and did not care too much. After thinking for a while, she said, "By the way, in this Outer House ranking trial, the reward for the 1st place is an upper-grade spiritual weapon." Upper-grade spiritual weapon. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. Previously in Greenwind Ridge, he really felt Zhou Hao's strength. He was indeed very strong. Now that the other party had an upper-grade spiritual weapon, his combat strength was probably even stronger. However, Lin Tian only thought for a moment and did not care. So what if it was an upper-grade spiritual weapon? It only increased his combat strength by 10%. It was not a big deal. It could make him stronger. What's wrong? Su Shu frowned. Nothing. Lin Tian smiled and shook his head. The sky gradually darkened. Soon, Su Shu left here and walked back to her residence. For the past few days she had thought that Lin Tian had died, so she had been in low spirits, unable to sleep or eat well. Now that she saw that Lin Tian was safe and sound, her entire body instantly relaxed, and she only wanted to quickly go back and have a good sleep. Lin Tian smiled as he watched Su Shu leave. At this time, Lin Shi just happened to prepare the hot water. Lin Tian washed up and changed into a clean set of clothes. After resting for 2 hours, he went to the top pavilion. At this moment, stars had faintly appeared in the sky. Lin Tian ran the 4 extremes scripture, allowing his essence, qi, and spirit to rise bit by bit. After about an hour, with the help of the 4 extremes scripture, his essence, qi, and spirit had reached the peak again. Phew! Exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, Lin Tian's eyes flashed. He took out a small jade bottle from his arms. In the bottle was a strange plant that was about an inch tall and had 3 leaves. This was the 100 Spirits Grass, a spiritual medicine used to temper the internal organs. Lin Tian pulled out the cork that blocked the jade bottle. Suddenly, a strong fragrance floated out, making him tremble slightly and feel that the pores on his body were relaxed. Taking a deep breath, he took out the 100 Spirits Grass and put it in his mouth and slowly chewed. Suddenly, his whole mouth was filled with a strange fragrance. Carefully and slowly chewing, Lin Tian swallowed the 100 Spirit Grass after a short while. Different from the 9 Twists Essence pill, after swallowing the 100 Spirits Grass, his whole body felt refreshed, as if he was wrapped in a cold spring on a hot summer day. In just a moment, he felt that his essence, qi, and spirit had been strengthened a lot. His breathing was more powerful and his heart was beating stronger. Lin Tian was surprised. The 100 Spirits Grass had only just entered his body, but it had such a miraculous effect. It's worthy of being a spiritual medicine worth nearly 100,000 spirit coins. It's really extraordinary, Lin Tian secretly thought. Putting away his surprise, Lin Tian ran the 4 extremes scripture and guided the special spiritual qi of the 100 Spirits Grass to quickly flow into his internal organs. This special spiritual qi completely enveloped his internal organs. Then, he began to inject his true inner force into his internal organs and began the last stage of the body refining stage. Chapter 49. Rex. The final stage of the body refinement stage was the tempering of the internal organs. At this stage, one had to infuse a mixture of true essence and spirit qi into the internal organs and carry out a step-by-step reconstruction. However, the internal organs were the most fragile components of the human body. Therefore, the tempering of the internal organs was destined to be far more painful than the previous 2 stages. In the pavilion, Lin Tian couldn't help but growl. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead. He operated the 4 extremes scripture. As soon as true essence entered his organs, he immediately felt a heart-wrenching pain. This pain was 10 times more intense than when he was refining his muscles and bones. Even with his strong willpower, it was difficult to bear. At this moment, he felt as if his heart had been stabbed by a knife. The knife was still spinning. This is terrible! Lin Tian cursed. At this moment, the juice of the 100 Spirits Grass flowed through his body like a cool spring. It was as if a fire in the vast wilderness had been extinguished. The intense pain suddenly weakened, making Lin Tian feel much better. Lin Tian's eyes lit up. Not only could it nourish his organs, it could also reduce the pain. It was indeed a good thing. Calming his heart, the 4 extremes scripture operated even faster. 1. Rings of silver light emerged from his body. In the sky, the light of the stars converged. Around him, the spirit qi of heaven and earth surged and crazily entered Lin Tian's body. Guiding the power of the stars and the spirit qi of heaven and earth, Lin Tian desperately used his true essence to guide them into his organs. It was as if he was forging iron. In this process, the effect of the 100 Spirits Grass was even more obvious. Not only did it reduce the pain of refining the organs, but it was also like a catalyst that made the power of the stars, the spirit qi of heaven and earth, and the true essence in Lin Tian's body become several times more active than usual. The speed of refining the organs was even faster than refining his muscles and bones. Feeling all this, Lin Tian's eyes shone even brighter. 1. The silver light on the surface of Lin Tian's body gradually became brighter. Lin Tian sat cross-legged on the top floor for several hours. He only stopped cultivating when the sun rose. He stretched his body and stood up. Clenching his fist and taking a deep breath, Lin Tian clearly felt that his cultivation had improved greatly. He had already reached the middle stage of the seventh body refinement realm. At the same time, his breathing became more even, his heartbeat stronger, and his true essence more vigorous. This is the effect of refining the organs. It's really not ordinary, Lin Tian thought. The 5 viscera and 6 bowels were the most important components of the human body. Tempering the viscera could greatly increase a martial artist's lifespan and increase their ability to withstand attacks. At the same time, the speed at which true essence was condensed would increase, allowing them to fight for longer periods of time. Thinking about it, Lin Tian felt a little helpless. Reaching the middle stage of the 7th body refinement realm in one night was mainly due to the 100th spirit grass. This spirit grass not only increased the refining effect, it also reduced the pain. If I didn't have the 100th spirit grass, even if I relied on the spirit gathering rune, I would have to spend at least 7 days to reach the middle stage of the 7th body refinement realm. Thinking of this, Lin Tian couldn't help but shake his head. Tempering one's internal organs was indeed very difficult. That's right. I don't have any more materials to inscribe the spirit gathering rune. I have to go get some. Lin Tian's heart stirred. Suddenly, a strange light flashed in his eyes. Also, maybe I can prepare another type of rune, the 3rd level Gale rune. The spirit gathering rune increased the speed of a martial artist's cultivation. The Gale rune allowed the user to temporarily hide their body, making others unable to see them. At the same time, after activating the Gale rune, the user's body would become more agile. No matter if it was the speed of their feet or the reaction time of their limbs, there would be an obvious increase. As for the Gale rune, Lin Tian only thought of it when he was passing through the 4th level demonic beast area. If he had such a rune on hand, he wouldn't have been in such a sorry state. Of course, the main purpose of inscribing the Gale rune wasn't to enter the 4th level demonic beast area again, but to deal with the Shao clan. Some of the Lin clan's land deeds and property deeds had been cheated and hidden by the Shao clan in the past 2 years. They had also tampered with various deeds and should have been sealed in the Shao clan's inner residence. With the Gale rune, Lin Tian could enter the Shao clan without anyone noticing and secretly take back the Lin clan's land deeds and property deeds. Shao clan, I will make your entire clan live on the streets. Just you wait. Lin Tianling laughed. After facing the morning sun and breathing for a while, Lin Tian left the Nine-Yang martial house. He was still wearing a black cloak and came to the Array Manipulator Association in Fengjian City. You are that Mr. Black Robe? The waitress, Xiao Fei, welcomed him. Xiao Fei's full name was Mi Fei. She was about 17 years old, and had good looks. It was said that she wasn't a local. That's me. Lin Tian transmitted his voice and laughed. That's right, just call me Black Robe from now on. He had a good impression of this Mi Fei. How can this be? I'm just an ordinary waitress, and you are an array manipulator. Your status is revered. Mi Fei hurriedly waved her hand. Under the black robe, Lin Tian laughed and said, Array manipulators are also people. People are only divided into men and women, not noble or lowly. Mi Fei was slightly stunned. Only men and women, not noble or lowly. Hearing Lin Tian's words, Mi Fei was somewhat lost in thought. What's wrong? Lin Tian asked. Nothing, nothing. Mi Fei shook her head and said, Thank you for your kindness, but it's still not possible. Lin Tian was somewhat helpless. All right, then, as you wish. He knew that some people's thoughts were hard to change. Mi Fei heaved a sigh of relief and looked at Lin Tian now. Mr. Black Robe, are you here to look for Elder Ge? That Elder Ge just happened to go out and will be delayed outside for a few days. He will only be back in about 3 days. Is that so? Lin Tianwei was slightly surprised. Then, he shook his head and said with a smile, I'm here for other matters. Is there anything I can help you with? Mi Fei asked. Lin Tian nodded and took a pen and paper from the side, writing down a string of materials. They were soul-tooth grass, frost-breaking stone, golden armor root, dark leaf sand, spirit fire ape's blood essence, four-tailed lizard scale armor, moon-dropping seed, steel feather soil, and winged bird blood. Among the 8 materials, the first 5 were materials to create the spirit-gathering rune, while the last 4 were materials to create the Gale rune. The materials to create the spirit-gathering rune could be bought at the E-Treasure Pavilion. However, he had joined the Array Manipulator Guild and could receive some materials for free every month. Naturally, he didn't need to go to the E-Treasure Pavilion to buy them. Although he had quite a lot of spirit coins now, it didn't mean that he had to waste them pointlessly. Since there were free materials, he naturally had to make use of them. Mi-Fei took the list and read it out one by one. Very soon, Mi-Fei frowned slightly and looked at Lin Tian. She had an expression as if she wanted to say something but was hesitating. "What's wrong?" Lin Tian asked. Mi-Fei seemed a little embarrassed and said, "Mister, there are 8 materials on this list that can be given to you for free. However, the moon-dropping seed is a little special. It can only be exchanged with points." "Oh? How many points does it cost?" Lin Tian asked. Creating a Gale rune required 1 drop of the moon-dropping seed. He would need about 10 drops. 1 drop of the moon-dropping seed requires about 100 points, Mi-Fei said. Lin Tianyi was shocked. 1 drop for 100 points? The Array Manipulator Guild of Feng City often issued missions. There were 2 types of rewards for these missions. The first type was spirit coins. This type of reward was targeted at ordinary martial artists and array manipulators who hadn't joined the Array Manipulator Guild. The other type of reward was points. This type of reward was naturally targeted at array manipulators who had joined the guild. Ordinary martial artists and array manipulators who hadn't joined the guild could only choose spirit coins as the reward. Array manipulators who had joined the guild could freely choose spirit coins as the reward or points as the reward. Half a month ago, Lin Tian casually glanced at the mission board hanging on the guild's wall. He discovered that ordinary missions could only accumulate about 30 points. 1 drop of the moon-dropping seed required 100 points. In other words, he had to complete at least 3 missions issued by the Array Manipulator Guild in order to exchange for 1 drop of the moon-dropping seed. Too expensive! Lin Tian cursed in his heart. Seeing Lin Tian's silence, Mi-Fei blinked and said in a low voice, Mr. Blackrobe, I heard Elder Gus say that the moon-dropping seed is a liquid condensed at a special time in the place where the moonlight is the thickest. It has many unexpected effects. That's why it's so precious. Condensed from moonlight? Lin Tianwei was surprised. He only got the name of the materials needed to make the array pattern from his mind. He didn't know the origin of the moon-dropping seed. At this moment, hearing Mi-Fei's words, he was really surprised. Moonlight could condense into liquid? Little Fei doesn't know, but Elder Gus said so. Mi-Fei was a little embarrassed. Lin Tian didn't delve into it. He just became a little helpless. 10 drops of the moon-dropping seed, 1,000 points. In that case, I have to do at least 30 missions. Lin Tian was speechless. 30 missions, running back and forth would annoy him. Mi-Fei pulled Lin Tian's black robe and pointed to the mission board opposite. Mr. Blackrobe, the guild issued a high-level mission before. The reward is 800 points. What? Lin Tianyi was surprised. Following Mi-Fei's finger, Lin Tian saw a mission written in red eye-catching font. The mission content was to go to the dark forest to obtain a ghost flower and give it to the guild. Ghost flower? Lin Tianwei was doubtful. He knew where the dark forest was. It was in the west of Fengjian City. It was a monster paradise that was more terrifying than the Green Wind Ridge. But for this ghost flower, he was a little confused. Little Fei, do you know about the ghost flower? He asked Mi-Fei. Mi-Fei nodded and said, I know, there is a special introduction here. Saying this, Mi-Fei took out a paper card from under the counter and handed it to Lin Tian. Lin Tian took the paper card. On it was the introduction of the ghost flower. Ghost flower, 2 inches tall, the whole body is as black as ink, but the petals are as red as blood. Looking down, Lin Tian saw a small line of words. The ghost flower grows in a place of coldine. It is highly poisonous. If a martial artist in the 8th layer of the body refining realm touches it, they will die. Pick it carefully. Chapter 50. Lin Tian didn't think too much about it and decided to accept the mission. Right now, he needed the moon dropper seeds to create the Gale rune. Completing this mission would allow him to exchange for 8 moon dropper seeds, which would save him a lot of trouble. If he doesn't take it at this time, the task will be completed by others later, and he will have to run 30 ordinary tasks. This moon drop seed was something that couldn't be bought even if one had the money. You took it? Mi Fei asked. Lin Tian nodded. Mi Fei took out a scroll from the counter and handed it to Lin Tian, saying, "This is some geographical introduction and monster introduction about the dark forest. I hope it will be useful to you." After a pause, Mi Fei said again, "By the way, sir, this task has been taken by an array controller before. You'd better move faster." Lin Tian wondered. "Someone took it? Why is it still hanging in the taskbar?" "Because many tasks require a lot of objects, so generally, there is no limit to the number of people who take the task and the number of times. After that, after the guild receives enough objects for the task will be automatically erased from the task bar," Mi Fei explained. "Now, the ghost flower only needs the last one." Lin Tian frowned. "Only one is needed? Then he really needs to speed up." Nodding, Lin Tian put away the scroll that Mi Fei handed over. "Thank you, then I'll go first," Lin Tian said to Mi Fei. Mi Fei looked respectful and sent Lin Tian to the door of the guild. "Sir, take care. I wish you success in getting the ghost flower." Lin Tian nodded and pushed the door out. After returning to the martial house, Lin Tian simply packed up some things, and then found Sushu and told Sushu that he had something to do and would be delayed for a few days. Sushu was troubled to accompany Lin Shi in these days. Of course, he also told Lin Shi about leaving. On this day, Lin Tian left the martial house and headed towards the dark forest. The dark forest was located in the westernmost part of Fengjian City. It was a demonic beast paradise that was even more dangerous than the Green Wind Ridge. After Lin Tian left the Ninyang martial house, he walked for a full 8 hours before arriving at the edge of the dark forest. As far as the eye could see, the dark forest was vast and boundless. The old trees within were thick and strong. It was a hot summer day. After arriving at the dark forest, Lin Tian took off his black robe and changed into a white gown. He immediately felt refreshed. This was the dark forest. In this place, he was not worried about the Mo clan and Xiao clan setting up an ambush. Those 2 clans would only set up an ambush here if they had nothing better to do. At this moment, there were many figures in the periphery of the dark forest. A middle-aged man was shouting to attract the lone warriors in the surroundings. Full text reading. "Friends who are single, come together! There's strength in numbers." The middle-aged man shouted. The dark forest could be considered a land of treasures. There were many precious medicinal herbs within. Therefore, there were many people who entered the dark forest every day. One had to know that the dark forest was filled with demonic beasts. Their fur and flesh could be sold for money. Furthermore, if one could pick a mystical medicinal herb, it would be extremely lucky. Of course, because of the demonic beasts, the dark forest was very dangerous. Many lone warriors would form teams with other lone warriors outside the dark forest. Once there were more people in a team, their battle prowess would increase greatly. Normal demonic beasts would not dare to attack so easily. In this way, their lives would be guaranteed. Lin Tian casually glanced around and found that the people outside the dark forest were mostly middle-aged men. These people's cultivations were around the 6th to 8th level of body refinement. Regarding this, Lin Tian was not surprised. Although a normal person without a cultivation method could only cultivate to the 5th level of the body refinement realm, these middle-aged people, who knew if they had cultivated in the martial house when they were young, or if they had been eliminated from the Imperial City team. This was very normal. The most important thing was that Lin Tian was too lazy to think about it. According to the introduction on the paper card, the ghost flower should be located 2,000 feet away from the edge of the dark forest. There are many level 3 demonic beasts there. Lin Tian secretly thought. Not paying attention to the people around him, Lin Tian minded his own business and walked into the dark forest, walking forward. Once he entered the dark forest, Lin Tian immediately felt a sense of desolation. It gave people a feeling of desolation. Moreover, in the air of this ancient forest, the demonic aura was extremely dense. There was even a slight smell of blood. Obviously, many people had died in the dark forest. Lin Tian carried the origin returning sword and walked step by step in the ancient forest. His steps were gentle, but he was very careful. Very quickly, he walked 100 feet into the dark forest. At this moment, a ruthless roar sounded. A large snake surrounded by an icy aura rushed out. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed. Level 1 demonic beast, Scarlet Ice Snake. When he was at the Array Manipulator Guild, Mi Fei gave him a scroll. Inside it was an introduction to most of the demonic beasts in the dark forest. On the way here, Lin Tian had already roughly skimmed through it. Naturally, he knew the name of the demonic beast in front of him. He raised his right hand and slapped it. The Scarlet Ice Snake's body was huge. But as a level 1 demonic beast, it could at most be compared to a third sky of body refinement cultivator. How could it be a match for Lin Tian, who was at the 7th sky of body refinement? It was directly slapped down by Lin Tianyi and died on the spot. Shaking his head, Lin Tian took out the beast core of the Scarlet Ice Snake. He didn't care about the corpse and walked away with large strides. Not long after, Lin Tian had already walked 1,000 feet into the dark forest. In the process, he had encountered several demonic beast attacks. Of course, almost all of them were level 2 demonic beasts. For the current him, it was nothing. Another 1,000 feet or so. Lin Tian muttered to himself. At this moment, a panicked cry came from not far away. Lin Tianyi jumped up and landed on a thick branch of an old tree. He looked towards the source of the sound. In that direction, in front of a huge old tree, stood a ferocious demonic beast about 10 feet tall. This demonic beast's fangs were 2 inches long. Most importantly, it had a pair of wings on its back. Flame-winged tiger, Lin Tian whispered. The flame-winged tiger was an early level 3 demonic beast. It was comparable to a 7th sky of body refinement cultivator. At this moment, the flame-winged tiger's mouth was dripping with saliva. Its gaze was fixed on the ground. It walked forward step by step, as if it was staring at some prey. Slightly lowering his head, Lin Tian discovered that there was a little girl in front of the flame-winged tiger. This little girl was about 11 years old. She was leaning against an old tree and trembling. With a loud roar, the flame-winged tiger opened its mouth and finally bit towards the little girl. With this bite, how could the little girl survive? Beast! Lin Tian didn't have time to think. With a low shout, the origin returning sword on his back was unsheathed. A sharp sword ray immediately slashed out and landed directly on the flame-winged tiger's abdomen. The flame-winged tiger let out a miserable cry. It staggered back and fell to the ground. However, in just a moment, the demonic beast struggled to stand up again. After all, it was a level 3 demonic beast. Its vitality was strong and it wasn't that easy to kill it. Humph! Lin Tian dodged. Because the distance wasn't too far, he arrived in front of it in the blink of an eye. The long sword in his hand slashed down again. This time, the origin returning sword in his hand directly pierced through the flame-winged tiger's head, ending its life on the spot. Gently landing, Lin Tian arrived in front of the little girl. The little girl's clothes were still intact, but there was a lot of dirt on them. Looking at her, Lin Tian felt a little strange and frowned slightly. This was the dark forest. How could such a little girl appear here? Logically speaking, even if it was a family member who came to gain experience, it was impossible to bring such a young girl in with them. The little girl leaned against the old tree and also looked at Lin Tian, but she seemed very reserved. Little girl, why are you here? After a moment of silence, Lin Tian finally spoke. The little girl's black hair was like a waterfall, already reaching her waist. Looking at Lin Tian, she shook her head blankly. Did someone you know bring you in? Lin Tian continued to ask. Unfortunately, the little girl still shook her head. Next, Lin Tian asked a few more questions, but the little girl had a very blank expression. She either shook her head or stared at Lin Tian purely, as if Lin Tian's face had a flower growing on it. Lin Tian facepalmed. Then, what's your name? You should remember it, right? The little girl looked at Lin Tian and blinked her big eyes. Although she was still a little confused, she seemed to have thought of something. Opening her mouth, she said after a long while, Purple. Purple Fairy. Lin Tian breathed a sigh of relief. At least this little girl still remembered his name. Purple Fairy. This name sounded pretty good. But then, Lin Tian was a little helpless. Apart from knowing his name, the little girl didn't know where his home was or who his relatives were. In short, he didn't know anything. Thinking about it, Lin Tian sighed. Little Purple, follow Big Brother for the time being, how about it? The little girl was about the same age as Lin Shi. Since he met her here, he naturally couldn't leave her alone. Such a little girl staying alone in the dark forest was simply lifeless. She could be swallowed by demonic beasts at any time. And the little girl nodded, looking a little happy. Okay, let's go. Lin Tian pulled the little girl up, patted off the dust on her body, and walked into the depths of the dark forest. The space in the dark forest was a little dim, which was quite appropriate for its name. Not long after, Lin Tian felt a burst of violent true essence fluctuations coming from the front. After walking a few dozen feet, Lin Tian looked over and saw a dozen people besieging a level 3 demonic beast. This demonic beast was covered in flames and had 2 heads. Double-headed blazing dragon. Lin Tian was shocked. Double-headed blazing dragon, this was a level 3 peak demonic beast. It was comparable to a 9th layer body refinement realm expert. Glancing over the dozen people besieging the double-headed blazing dragon, Lin Tian found that the strongest among them was at the 8th layer of body refinement realm. It was a bit difficult to kill the double-headed blazing dragon with this kind of strength. Looking over, he found that there was an old man in a green robe outside the battlefield. This old man had an array controller badge on his chest, and there was a golden bar under the badge. First tier array controller, Lin Tian whispered. In front of him, the double-headed blazing dragon roared, flames intertwined around its body. Among the dozen people, there were people who were swallowed by the flames. They let out miserable screams and were burned into charcoal in a moment. The little girl pulled Lin Tian's clothes, as if she was scared. It's okay. Lin Tian smiled. Not caring about these people, Lin Tian turned around and continued to walk into the depths of the dark forest. Counting, there was still about 500 feet to reach the place where the ghost flower grew. Kid over there, come and help! At this moment, a voice sounded. The old man in the green robe shouted at Lin Tian. Chapter 51. Lin Tian was displeased. If someone asked for his help, then perhaps he wouldn't refuse when facing such a situation. However, this green-robed old man spoke with a commanding tone as if he was superior, and this made him feel extremely disgusted. Holding the little girl, he walked deeper into the dark forest as if he didn't hear anything. Seeing Lin Tian leave, the old man in green robe's face suddenly sank. He was a formation manipulator, and his status was respected. Many people were willing to befriend him, but now, a young warrior dared to ignore his words. Roar! The Yen Hulong roared, and then, someone screamed. Damn it! Kill this evil beast quickly! The old man in green robe shouted. Lin Tian clearly heard this voice, but he didn't have the intention to stop. Soon, he walked dozens of feet away. The air in the dark forest was turbid. About 2 hours later, the air became a little cold. Little Z, are you cold? Lin Tian asked. No. The little girl shook her head and blinked her beautiful big eyes. Lin Tian nodded and continued to walk forward. Gradually, the air became colder. After another 2 hours, a medium-sized canyon appeared in front of them. There was a burst of black smoke coming out of it, like the ghost fog from the underworld. "It should be here," Lin Tian whispered. There was a detailed introduction on the paper card. This was the place where the ghost flower grew. Standing outside the canyon, Lin Tian glanced around. After confirming that there was no dangerous aura, he took the little girl and stepped into the canyon. As soon as they entered the canyon, Lin Tian couldn't help but shiver. The air in the canyon was even colder. "Little Z, are you cold now?" Lin Tian asked the little girl. The little girl blinked and said, "No." Lin Tian shook his head inwardly as he gazed at the little girl. He only treated the little girl as being a little reserved. After all, the air within the gorge was indeed very cold, and even he felt a wave of coldness when he had just stepped in. "If you are cold, you have to tell me immediately, okay?" He smiled gently. "Okay." The little girl nodded seriously. Lin Tian couldn't help but chuckle. What a well-behaved child, just like Lin Shi. Inside the canyon, the space was even darker than outside. Lin Tian appeared to be very careful. Holding the little girl's hand, he moved very slowly. Since the Array Manipulator Guild had put a bounty of 800 points on this mission, it was obvious that this mission was extremely difficult and dangerous. Thus, it was necessary to be cautious. After a quarter of an hour, Lin Tian stopped. In front of them was a black stone wall. Beneath the stone wall were the skeletons of various demonic beasts, but there was no way forward. As for the ghost flower, he didn't even see its shadow. Strange. Lin Tian frowned. According to the description on the card, the ghost flower did grow in this valley. Could it be in another corner? He muttered to himself. At this moment, there was a rush of footsteps behind him. Lin Tian turned around and saw 9 figures appear in his vision. The ones in the lead were several middle-aged martial artists. Among them, 5 were at the 7th level of the refinement realm, 3 were at the 8th level of the refinement realm, and the last one was wrapped in a green robe. These 9 people were the ones who fought with the double-headed blazing dragon. Many of them were stained with blood. Obviously, after encountering the blazing dragon, this group of people suffered heavy losses. Before there were more than 10 people, but now there were only 9 left. That green robe, could it be? Lin Tian's heart jumped. When he was in the Array Manipulator Guild, Mi-Fei told him that there was another Array Manipulator who accepted the Ghost Flower mission before him. At this moment, when he stepped into this canyon, this green-robed old man also stepped in. Obviously, this wasn't a pure coincidence. This green-robed old man must be here for the Ghost Flower too. The green-robed old man naturally saw Lin Tian, and his face instantly turned cold. "It's you!" The green-robed old man coldly looked at Lin Tian and said, "I asked for your help just now. Why didn't you agree? Do I owe you anything?" Lin Tian asked. The green-robed old man's face immediately darkened. A small martial artist dared to talk to him like this. Teach him a lesson, the green-robed old man said to a middle-aged man beside him. This middle-aged man was at the 7th level of the refinement realm. After receiving the green-robed old man's instructions, he walked towards Lin Tian with a calm face. "Kid, don't blame me. I'm only doing this for money. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for offending Master Lu Ba. Master Lu Ba is a first-level array manipulator. How can a kid like you offend him? Of course, I don't blame you. So, don't blame me later," Lin Tian said coldly. Hearing this, the middle-aged man's face froze. Arrogant enough. The middle-aged man coldly snorted. Naturally, he understood the meaning behind Lin Tian's words. He directly raised his hand to grab Lin Tian. A 16-year-old martial artist, he didn't care at all. Lin Tian's face was expressionless. He slightly tilted his head and dodged the middle-aged man's large hand. Then, he kicked the middle-aged man's abdomen. With a bang, the middle-aged man flew 3 feet away. He clutched his abdomen and screamed on the ground. His face turned green. How can he have so much strength? On the other side, the expression of the group of people changed. Sending a martial artist at the 7th level of the refinement realm flying with one kick, this kind of strength was definitely not ordinary. Among these people, even the 3 martial artists at the 8th level of the refinement realm frowned slightly. The green-robed old man's face was even more unsightly. These people were hired by him with money. If one of them was sent flying, it was equivalent to slapping his face. Lin Tianling snorted and tilted his head to look at the green-robed old man. Lu Ba, right? His face was cold and indifferent as he directly approached. In front of Lu Ba, a yellow-robed middle-aged man at the 8th level of the refinement realm said in a low voice, "What are you trying to do? Get out of the way. It's none of your business," Lin Tiantan said coldly. He wouldn't take the initiative to provoke anyone. Of course, he wouldn't be afraid of anyone. This Lu Ba made him very unhappy, so he wanted to make him even more unhappy. "Young man, don't be too angry. This is not a good thing," the yellow-robed middle-aged man said. Lin Tian's face was expressionless. He didn't say anything else and just indifferently walked forward. However, in the next moment, his footsteps paused. He suddenly raised his head and looked not far away. In that place, 2 cold blood-red rays suddenly flashed. Demonic aura! Lin Tian quickly retreated and returned to the little girl's side. He stared ahead cautiously. He felt an extremely strong demonic aura. This was something he didn't feel when he first stepped into this valley. This demonic aura was not much weaker than the red-faced ghost he killed in Greenwind Ridge. Ah! Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream sounded. Beside the middle-aged man who was kicked away by Lin Tian, a demonic beast suddenly appeared and bit his throat. This demonic beast was covered in white fur. Its body shape was not much different from a human's, but its aura was somewhat terrifying. "Nether ape!" someone exclaimed. Swoosh! 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 The sound of something breaking through the air rang out. At this moment, about a dozen pairs of blood-red eyes lit up in the canyon. With the help of the faint light, Lin Tian realized that there were more than 10 nether apes on the way here. He didn't know when they had blocked his and the green-robed old man's path. The nether ape is extremely fast. It's also a demonic beast comparable to the 8th level of the refinement realm. This is bad. The yellow-robed middle-aged man's face changed drastically. There was no road ahead. There was only one way here. However, at this moment, this road was blocked by more than 10 demonic beasts comparable to the 8th level of the refinement realm. This situation was very bad. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was a hopeless situation. At this moment, a cold snort sounded. Lu Ba reached into his chest and took out a packet of powder. He casually scattered it. Instantly, the powder fell and formed an arc on the ground, separating the 8 of them from the nether apes. All of a sudden, the dozens of nether apes stopped and stared at the white powder on the ground. They seemed a little fearful. Demon repellent powder! It works on demonic beasts below level 4. Someone exclaimed in surprise. The yellow-robed middle-aged man's expression did not look good. This demon repellent powder doesn't last long. It can only last for an hour at most. There is no road behind us. After an hour, we still have to. The yellow-robed middle-aged man did not finish his sentence, but the others understood what he meant. Their faces instantly turned pale. What's the hurry? Lu Ba snorted. The nether ape is agile, but it is lustful. It likes Xianyin virgins the most. His gaze fell on the little girl beside Lin Tian. Although she is young, she is still a virgin. Catch her and throw her out to attract the attention of the nether apes. We will take the opportunity to escape. Hearing this, the eyes of the yellow-robed middle-aged man and the others lit up. They all stared at the little girl. Being stared at by so many people, the little girl was scared. She hurriedly hid behind Lin Tian. A murderous aura spread. At this moment, Lin Tian's eyes became extremely cold. It was as if he was the Grim Reaper who had walked out from hell. He stared at the green-robed old man cruelly. You are courting death! Lu Ba was shocked by this gaze. His expression darkened. What's wrong with using her life to save all of us? Besides, she may not necessarily die. It's possible that her virginity was taken away. Hearing this, the yellow-robed middle-aged man and the others nodded. Lord Lu is right. Young man, compared to all of our lives, you should know very well which is more important. Sometimes you have to know when to give up. That's right. Hand over the little girl. The few of them stared at Lin Tian. Among them, some even started to force their way towards Lin Tian. It was obvious that they wanted to snatch the little girl. Looking at these people, Lin Tian was expressionless. However, his eyes were as cold as a cold spring. Little Z, step back a little, he said calmly. The little girl was a little scared, but she still let go of Lin Tian's clothes. She carefully stepped back a few steps. Lin Tian raised his hand and grabbed the sword of Guiyuan that was tied to his back. He slowly pulled it out of the scabbard. Instantly, a wave of sharp sword intent spread out, creating a wild hurricane that swept out in all directions. With a clang, he shook his right hand. The ear-piercing sound of the sword reverberated. The middle-aged man who was closing in on him was swept by 8 streaks of shocking wind sword aura. His heart was pierced through and he fell into a pool of blood. I will kill all of you, scum! Chapter 52. Lin Tian had never thought of himself as a good person or philanthropist, but the people in front of him had really angered him. It was hard to imagine how these people could think of something that was worse than a beast. Most importantly, each and every one of them spoke in such a righteous manner, as if this was some kind of righteousness. With a clang, the sword whistled once again. Staring at them, his face was as cold as frost. On the other side, their faces changed. You killed him? Lu Ba said angrily. The other 6 people were also angry, but at the same time they were shocked. This person actually killed a 7th-level body refinement realm cultivator with 1 slash. Lin Tian's face was indifferent as he walked forward step by step. He did not say a word, but his eyes were frighteningly cold, not hiding his killing intent. Damn it! Arrogant! Kill him! A group of people shouted angrily. A 8th-level body refinement realm middle-aged man stepped forward, took out the broadsword on his back, and waved it, creating a hurricane. Die! The middle-aged man said ferociously. Lin Tian raised his hand and casually waved it. With a crack, the broadsword in the middle-aged man's hand broke. The middle-aged man's face changed. His broadsword was made of black iron, weighed 150 pounds, and was incomparably hard. It was almost comparable to a low-grade spirit weapon, but now, it was broken so easily. You! The middle-aged man was shocked and could not help but take a step back. At this moment, a light flashed, and Lin Tian passed by him. Pooh! Blood floated, and the middle-aged man fell to the ground with a bang. His eyes were wide open, and he died with grievances. Such a scene, in an instant, stunned everyone. This, Oldly is an 8th-level body refinement realm cultivator, and that broadsword, how is this possible? That sword. That. Could it be a spirit weapon? Everyone was moved. 1 slash to break the broadsword, 1 strike to kill an 8th-level body refinement realm cultivator. This kind of strength was too terrifying. And that long sword, how could a normal sword be so sharp? Seeing Lin Tian still pressing forward, the remaining people's faces became very fearful. Together we have so many people, I don't believe we can't beat him. Yes. Together. Kill. Other than Lu Ba, the remaining 5 martial artists rushed out together. Of the 5 people, some were barehanded, some were armed with swords and sabers, and some were even armed with rods. Boom! 5 people together, 2 at the 8th layer of the body refinement realm and 3 at the 7th layer of the body refinement realm. This kind of power was quite frightening. For a moment, the entire area was filled with sand and dust. The scene was quite frightening. Lin Tian was expressionless. With a flash of his body, he rushed straight into the crowd. This action shocked and angered the 5 people. How dare you! Kill him! Someone shouted. For a moment, the attacks of the 5 people became even more terrifying. Saber light and sword shadows, fist light and leg force, the attacks were impenetrable. Very good! In the rear, Lu Ba nodded in satisfaction. Within the encirclement of the 5 people, Lin Tian was expressionless. His entire body was like a flash of light, flickering left and right. It was as if he had merged with the space around him. Damn it! Old Lu, what are you doing? Chop him up! This little bastard is too fast! Damn it! The 5 people quickly became angry. Although Lin Tian was surrounded by them, their fists, legs, sabers, and swords could not touch Lin Tian's real body. It was as if they were monkeys being played around with. Kung! The sword whistled and blood splattered. The sword of origin in Lin Tian's hand pierced through the chest of a 7th-layer body refinement realm expert. The opponent did not even have time to scream. With a bang, he fell to the ground, twitched a few times, and then stopped moving. Luo Lai! Someone shouted. However, at this moment, a black shadow appeared in front of this person. You! Pun! With a flash of fire, a huge flaming fist appeared and ruthlessly struck this person's throat. After a scream, this person fell to the ground. His throat was crushed, and he died on the spot. You! How is this possible? The 5 people attacked together. In the blink of an eye, 2 of them were killed. The remaining 3 people all changed color. In the rear, Lu Ba was furious. Trash! A bunch of trash! There are so many of you and you can't even win against a little brat! Hearing this, Lin Tian and coldly looked over. His footsteps moved slightly. He temporarily abandoned the other 3 and walked towards Lu Ba. Stinking brat! Lu Ba shouted. Lu Ba reached into his chest and quickly took out a few scrolls. With a wave of his hand, a few runes flashed and a huge amount of true core force spread out. Master Lu Ba's Martial Fusion Rune Scroll. It is said that the power of a 9th-layer body refinement realm expert is sealed within. Just now, we killed Yan Hualong because of Master Lu Ba's scroll. The 3 of them were pleasantly surprised. Lin Tian stopped and coldly raised his left hand. He suddenly activated the Heavenly One Spirit incantation. TSK. 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 In front of Lu Ba, the runes on the 3 martial fusion rune scrolls dimmed like smothered fireworks. Such a scene caused Lu Ba's expression to change greatly. Damn it! What is going on? Lu Ba was furious. At the same time, the 3 people in yellow were shocked. How could Master Lu Ba's martial fusion ruin this? What? What is going on? Everyone was stunned. The martial fusion rune had lost its effect. Lin Tian's expression was cold as he stepped in front of Lu Ba. You! Bam! Lin Tian raised his leg and viciously kicked Lu Ba's chest, causing him to fall to the ground. With a clang, the sword of origin restoration let out a whistling sound. The tip of the sword hovered above Lu Ba's forehead. You! What are you doing? Bam! Lin Tian raised his right leg that was pressing on Lu Ba's chest and viciously kicked down again. With a crack, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Ah! Lu Ba screamed and immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Lin Tian looked down at Lu Ba with a cold gaze. The tip of his sword flickered with the light of the sword. You! Don't mess around! Look at the array manipulator insignia on my chest. I am an array manipulator! An array manipulator that belongs to the guild! Lu Ba stared at Lin Tian and said fiercely. If you kill me, the array manipulator guild will not let you go. You will be hunted down by the entire guild. You will be worse than. Before Lu Ba could finish his sentence, Lin Tian stomped on his chest with his right leg. Lu Ba screamed again. Array manipulator insignia. Looking down at Lu Ba, Lin Tian took out the array manipulator insignia that Gujing had given him not long ago. He looked at Lu Ba indifferently and said, You are talking about this. Staring at the insignia in Lin Tian's hand, Lu Ba's expression changed. Not only him, but the middle-aged man in yellow and the rest were also horrified. It was as if they had seen something terrifying. The insignia of an array manipulator, and below it were two golden horizontal bars. A stage 2 array manipulator. This young man is a stage 2 array manipulator? How is that possible? The middle-aged man in yellow and the rest were shocked. Impossible! You are only 16 years old. You can't be an array manipulator. Where did you steal this from? Lu Ba stared at Lin Tian. Suddenly, his expression changed. Could it be that you killed another stage 2 array manipulator? You stole his array manipulator insignia. Damn it, how dare you! Lin Tian lifted his leg and stomped on Lu Ba again. Ah! Lu Ba screamed and spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire neck and chest were dyed red with blood. Lin Tian looked indifferent. Did you forget that your martial fusion insignia was destroyed? Lu Ba's expression changed. You! Could it be that you— Yes, I did it, Lin Tian said indifferently. He lifted his left hand and released his soul power. A faint silver light flashed. He was an array manipulator and had reached stage 3. Previously, Lu Ba's martial fusion insignia was destroyed by his soul power from afar. Feeling Lin Tian's powerful soul power, Lu Ba's face was filled with fear. This time, Lu Ba had no doubts. The young man in front of him was really an array manipulator. Moreover, he was even stronger than him. Little brother, no. Sir? Looking at Lin Tian, Lu Ba was terrified. Lu Ba failed to recognize you. Please spare Lu Ba on account that we are both array manipulators. A stage 2 array manipulator was enough to make Lu Ba fearful. Both array manipulators? Lin Tian stepped on Lu Ba's chest with his right foot once more, causing Lu Ba to cry out in pain again. It is my shame to be a formation controller like you. Ah! Lu Ba screamed. His voice was shrill. Don't kill me! Lu Ba looked up at Lin Tian with a pleading expression. Lin Tian's expression was cold. His eyes flashed with cruelty. All right. I won't kill you. He slowly removed his right leg from Lu Ba's chest. Lu Ba was overjoyed. He was about to thank Lin Tian. At this moment, Lin Tian lifted his right leg and kicked Lu Ba's waist. Lu Ba was kicked out of the area covered by the demon repellent powder. Let them kill you! The wind whistled in his ears. Lu Ba's face turned pale. There were more than 10 netherworld apes outside. No! Lu Ba screamed in fear while he was still in the air. With a thud, Lu Ba fell to the ground. No! No! Save me! Save me! Lu Ba screamed and crawled towards the area covered by the demon repellent powder. Clang! A sword aura slashed in front of Lu Ba. Lu Ba was so frightened that he quickly retreated. Standing in the area covered by the demon repellent powder, Lin Tian's eyes were filled with cruelty. What's the hurry? You might not die. They might just bite you a few times. Hearing Lin Tian's words, Lu Ba shuddered. How familiar was this sentence? It was the exact same sentence he said when he instigated the middle-aged man in yellow to capture the little girl. Thump! The ground shook. More than 10 demonic auras gathered. The netherworld apes were afraid of the demon repellent powder and did not dare to approach. Now that Lu Ba was thrown out, all the netherworld apes gathered around Lu Ba and surrounded him in the blink of an eye. Such a scene scared Lu Ba out of his wits. Save me! Hurry up and save me! Lu Ba screamed. Lin Tian's face was cold as he stared ahead cruelly. The netherworld apes roared. Then, Lu Ba's blood-curdling screams reverberated in the area. It was like the cries of a ferocious ghost. The middle-aged man in yellow and the other two felt their scalps go numb. P.S. Thank you, Brother Fei Xia, for your 100,000 sector coins and for being the leader of this book. Thank you? Worship. Also, I wish all couples a happy Chinese Valentine's Day and a happy ending. Brothers and sisters who are single, don't worry. There's still the single dragon to accompany everyone. A woof. Chapter 53. The blood-curdling screams reverberated in the air. Soon after, silence reigned. Under the fearful gazes of the three men in yellow, Lu Ba was torn apart by more than 10 nether apes. His organs were eaten, and his blood was spilled all over the ground. I love this kind of website the most. You must give me a good review. Access to. Looks like your luck isn't that good. They didn't just bite you a few times, Lin Tiantan said coldly. Turning around, his cold eyes swept over the last 3 people. The 3 of them trembled when they met his gaze. Sir, please spare my life. The 3 of them trembled and fell to their knees. At this moment, their faces were filled with fear, and their intestines were green with regret. A 16-year-old array-controlling master with a cultivation at the 7th level of refinement. What kind of genius was this? How did they provoke such a monster? Stand up, Lin Tiantan said coldly. The sword of origin restoring vibrated slightly, and with a piercing sound, it aimed straight at the 3 of them. Spare our lives, Your Excellency! We were blind. Just treat us like a fart and let us go. We don't want to die. The 3 of them were terrified. You don't want to die? Lin Tian's face was expressionless as he approached the 3 of them. No one wants to die. The 3 of them staggered back in fear. You really want to kill us? Can't you be more merciful? The yellow-clothed middle-aged man's voice trembled. Benevolence? Lin Tian mocked. What's that? Lin Tian felt that this was the funniest joke he had ever heard in his life. The person who said that he wanted to use the little girl's sex life to exchange for their sex life was actually asking him to be merciful at this moment. You! The 3 of them had ugly expressions on their faces. They were both terrified and livid. You want to kill us? Don't think you'll have an easy time, one of them suddenly said ferociously. With a whooshing sound, the man actually retreated, rushing towards the little girl beside the stone wall. Lin Tian's face was cold. With a slight sway, he pushed his yin and yang steps to the limit. Like a bolt of lightning, he arrived in front of the little girl in the blink of an eye, blocking her path. The sword of origin in his hand sliced through the air. Puff! Blood splashed out, and the man's head flew out. After killing the man, Lin Tian looked back at the little girl. The little girl was squatting in the corner of the stone wall, her body trembling, and her face full of fear. Little Z, don't be afraid. They're all bad people should be punished. Lin Tian comforted her. Unfortunately, the little girl was still scared and didn't feel any better. Lin Tian sighed. He also knew that for an 11-year-old girl, this scene was indeed a little cruel. Calm. He tilted his head and looked at the last 2 people. His expression turned even colder. He said indifferently. He pressed forward step by step. At the tip of his sword, the sword light flickered. It was extremely terrifying. The middle-aged man in yellow retreated awkwardly. They were completely shocked by Lin Tian's aura. Facing Lin Tian now, they felt even more scared than facing the double-headed blazing dragon. Don't come over! One of them shouted. He pointed the long rod at Lin Tian, his hands trembling. Lin Tian was expressionless. He pressed forward step by step. If you don't move, I'll do it, he said indifferently. With a whoosh, he rushed out like a flash of light and slashed down with the sword of origin. Crack! The long rod was cut in half and fell to the ground. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. His right leg swept out and landed on the man's chest. A majestic force surged out, causing the man to spit out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, his body flew out and rolled out of the area covered by the demon-repellent powder. Dozens of netherworld apes roared. Their eyes were bloodshot as they rushed over crazily. Ah! A blood-curdling scream rang out. Just like Lu Ba, this person was also devoured by the nether apes. Lin Tian looked indifferently at the middle-aged man in yellow. The yellow-clothed middle-aged man staggered backward. His face had turned deathly pale. Demon! You're a devil! You're right. A devil who cleans up scum, Lin Tiantan said coldly. He spun the long sword in his hand and slashed out with the sword of destruction. Dozens of swords she gathered from all directions and pierced into the middle-aged man in yellow. Lin Tian glanced at the corpses coldly. He raised his head and looked outside the demon-repellent powder. "Next, it's you guys," he muttered to himself. He was now at the 7th level of the refinement realm. Although the netherworld apes were scary, he was not afraid. The only pressure was that there were dozens of netherworld apes here. It was very difficult to fight them. Taking a deep breath, he moved his feet and stepped out of the demon-repellent powder. There was still about 15 minutes left before the demon-repellent powder would lose its effect. Within these 15 minutes, the demon-repellent powder would be able to protect the little girl on his behalf. However, he had to take care of all the netherworld apes within these 15 minutes. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome later on. His footsteps were steady. The sword of origin vibrated, and a sharp sword intent spread out. Chi! At this moment, a strange sound came from behind him. Lin Tian hurriedly stopped in his tracks and tilted his head to look behind him. Immediately his pupils trembled. He saw that under the stone wall that blocked the path ahead, a strange flower had broken through the bones. The flower was about 1.5 inches long. It was as black as ink, but the petals of the flower had a demonic blood-red color. It was as if it had been soaked in blood. "In so flower?" Lin Tianwei was shocked. He moved his feet and arrived under the stone wall in a flash. "Little Z, come closer," he said to the little girl. The ghost spirit flower was highly poisonous. At this moment, the little girl was very close to the ghost spirit flower. He was worried that the little girl would be in danger. The little girl was a little scared. She had not been liberated from the cruel scene just now. However, after hearing Lin Tian's voice, she slowly moved behind Lin Tian and grabbed the corner of Lin Tian's clothes tightly. "That's it!" Lin Tian smiled. Tilting his head, he took a deep breath and quickly took out a small bag from his bosom. Then, using the sword of origin restoring, he scooped up the soil under the Yin spirit flower and put it into the small cloth bag, sealing it. Wiping the sweat off his forehead, he carefully put away the small cloth bag. The ghost spirit flower was highly poisonous. Even a strong warrior in the 8th firmament of the refinement realm would die if he touched it. Therefore, although the digging process only took a few dozen breaths, Lin Tian's nerves were tense. Under such pressure, it was natural that he would sweat. Dusting his hands, he stood up and pulled the little girl up as well. "Okay, little Z, stay here first. I will open the way, and then we will leave together," Lin Tian said softly. The little girl nodded, a little scared. Lin Tian then smiled and walked towards the nether ape. Dong! Suddenly, the whole canyon shook. 2 blood-red eyes as big as bulls appeared in front of them. After that, in just a moment, the nether ape let out a scream, and the blood mist exploded with a puff. Lin Tian looked forward, and his pupils suddenly shrank. In the darkness, there was a huge demonic beast that was 10 feet tall in front of the canyon. Its black body was like a huge lute. There were 4 demonic legs on each side of its abdomen, and there was a sharp spike at the end of its huge tail. 4th level demonic beast, spirit scorpion! Lin Tian's face changed. Another 4th level demonic beast. It was comparable to the divine pulse realm. Could it be attracted by the Yin spirit flower? Lin Tianwei was annoyed. I knew it was not that simple. Roar! The nether ape roared. Facing a 4th level demonic beast, the nether apes seemed very weak. However, these demonic beasts were very aggressive. They did not run away at all. Instead, they rushed towards the spirit scorpion ferociously, as if they wanted to avenge their companions. Lin Tian stepped back and came to the little girl's side. He quickly calculated in his mind. The demon repellent powder was only effective on demonic beasts below 4th level. The spirit scorpion was obviously not included. Once all the nether apes died, the spirit scorpion would rush over. By then, it would be dangerous. He was definitely not a match for a 4th level demonic beast. Should I take advantage of the chaos and rush out? Lin Tian stared ahead, but soon shook his head. If he was alone, he might be able to escape with the yin-yang steps. However, he had to take the little girl with him. In this way, his speed would be greatly reduced, and he would definitely not be able to rush out. Tilting his head, Lin Tian looked at the stone wall behind him. This stone wall was in front of him. It was about 100 feet high, blocking the way ahead. The most important thing was that the stone wall was very steep. It would be very difficult to climb it. "Let's take a gamble," Lin Tian whispered. He tore off a piece of his sleeve and pulled the little girl over. "Little Z, come on my back." "Oh." The little girl lay on Lin Tian's back and wrapped her arms around Lin Tian's neck. Lin Tian nodded subconsciously and used his sleeve to tie the little girl tightly to his back. "Okay," Lin Tian said in his mind. He slowly stepped back until he was 70 feet away from the stone wall. Then, he said to the little girl softly, "Little Z, close your eyes. Don't open them until I tell you." The little girl shivered and closed her eyes obediently. She wrapped her arms around Lin Tian's neck tightly. Phew! Staring at the stone wall in front of him, Lin Tian exhaled a long breath of turbid air. The next moment, a flash of light flashed in his eyes. His body flashed, and his whole body was like an arrow leaving the bow. The 70 feet distance was covered in the blink of an eye. After that, he stepped on the stone wall on foot and ran crazily toward the top of the stone wall. Buzz! His body lit up with a bright silver light. The genuine essence in his body surged, and he performed the yin and yang steps to the limit. Chi! 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 The sound of sand falling was constantly heard. Every time Lin Tian's feet touched the stone wall, the upward resistance would become a little stronger. When he reached the top of the stone wall, it was difficult for him to take another step. Shocking wind sword! His body moved, and his right hand rotated. The third shocking wind sword was chopped down. With a boom, the shocking wind sword chopped down countless sword force. Lin Tian used the recoil of the shocking wind sword technique to rush up. Finally, he took the little girl to the top of the stone wall. Looking at the canyon below the stone wall, Lin Tian couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Slightly tilting his head, on the other side of the stone wall, there was also an old forest. Let's go! It was very difficult to climb up the stone wall, but it was very easy to go down from the other side. This was because there were many tall and sturdy old trees on the other side of the stone wall. It was enough for Lin Tian to use to cushion the fall. Without any hesitation, Lin Tian lightly leaped and directly jumped down. After a dozen breaths, he landed on the ground on the other side of the stone wall. Dong! At this moment, a loud sound rang out, and the space was shaken. Lin Tian raised his head, and his expression suddenly became ugly. The Spirit Ridge Scorpion had also jumped to the top of the stone wall. Its blood-red eyes were staring at him coldly. Chapter 54. Secretly cursing, Lin Tian did not hesitate and quickly ran, using the yin-yang steps to escape into the distance. He did not expect that the Spirit Ridge Scorpion would chase him from the other side of the canyon to this side. It was simply persevering. With a roar, the Spirit Ridge Scorpion jumped down from the stone wall. Bang! The Spirit Ridge Scorpion landed on the ground, and the entire ground shook as if there was an earthquake. Many old trees fell under its body and were crushed into pieces. Soon, Lin Tian was moved again. Not only was the Spirit Ridge Scorpion huge, its speed was not slow either. Even though he had already used the yin-yang steps to the limit, the distance between the two was still closing. Wind-shocking sword! Lin Tian gritted his teeth and slashed with a backhand sword. The clanging sound was endless, and the dense sword shadows rushed towards the Spirit Ridge Scorpion. Then, Lin Tian left without looking back. This sword was just to increase the distance between him and the Spirit Ridge Scorpion. Find a place to hide, Lin Tian secretly said in his heart. He quickly rushed forward, and the old trees on both sides quickly retreated. Suddenly, a black claw stretched out from the side. This claw was covered with beast fur. It was a middle-level 3 monster, black-tongued boar. Get lost! Lin Tian raised his hand and slashed forward. With a scream, the black-tongued boar's claw was chopped off by Lin Tian. Behind him, the sound of thumping could be heard. The spirit-ridged scorpion's 8 legs moved quickly, stirring up sand on the ground. Lin Tian glanced back and leaped forward. With a kick, he kicked the black-tongued boar towards the spirit-ridged scorpion. The black-tongued boar howled. Then, its body smashed into the spirit-ridged scorpion. Roar! The spirit-ridged scorpion was furious. The 2 front legs revealed sharp demon blades and pierced into the black-tongued boar's body. At this time, Lin Tian had already rushed far away. The sky gradually darkened, and the dark forest became even darker. Brother, can you open your eyes? The little girl said weakly. Xiao Zi, be good. Don't worry, wait a little longer. Lin Tian. Right now, he still hadn't truly escaped the danger. He could feel that the aura of the Lincoln scorpion was still approaching. Looking left and right, Lin Tian suddenly saw a tall mountain in the distance. There might be a place to hide, Lin Tian thought to himself. His speed became even faster, and there was even a faint silver light flashing under his feet. Sha! 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 A strange sound came from behind the old tree, and Lin Tian was immediately alerted. As he ran into the distance, he looked around vigilantly. About 10 breaths later, along with a strange gust of wind, a huge centipede stood up not far to his right. The dense number of centipede legs made him feel a chill. 4th level demonic beast, face-devouring centipede! Lin Tian's heart sank. When it rains, it pours. Lin Tian felt this way right now. The venomous centipede let out a strange hiss. It raised its body and coiled around Lin Tian like a snake. Fire fist! Lin Tian turned sideways and punched out 18 fiery fist shadows. Of course, he didn't expect this kind of attack to cause any harm to the 4th level demonic beast. Everything was just to buy some time for him to escape successfully. The light of the fire fist temporarily blocked the vision of the venomous centipede, and Lin Tian quickly rushed forward. Whoosh! 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 His speed was very fast, constantly shuttling through the old forest, like a shadow in the darkness. Soon, Lin Tian became sad. In half an hour, more and more demonic beasts gathered behind him, and they were all 4th level demonic beasts. There were nearly 10 of them. What the hell is this ghost flower? Lin Tian was annoyed. Forget it, when I'm really forced into a dead end, I can only abandon it. The ghost flower was important, but his life was more important. Time passed by minute, and gradually, Lin Tian felt that his physical strength was a little weak. Brother! The little girl heard Lin Tian Wei's weak breathing and called out softly. It's okay, you'll be able to open your eyes soon. Lin Tian comforted her. Although he said so, his heart was very heavy at the moment. Dong 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 sounds kept coming from behind him, and the old trees on both sides were broken one by one, as if a sandstorm was rolling up. The sky had completely darkened, and at some point, a full moon hung in the sky. This moonlight doesn't match this scene at all. Lin Tian sighed. His speed was very fast, and behind him, more than 10 demonic beasts were chasing him. If these demonic beasts weren't arguing with each other, he would have been caught by them long ago. After running for a short distance, Lin Tian finally gritted his teeth and carefully took out the cloth bag. Throw out half a leaf and try it, Lin Tian thought to himself. After running non-stop for nearly 2 hours and using the wind-shocking sword from time to time to increase the distance between him and the demonic beasts, and the battle with Lu Ba and the rest had consumed some of his true yuan. At this moment, he was almost exhausted. Opening the small cloth bag, he carefully chopped off a leaf from the ghost flower with the sword of origin restoration and threw it behind him. The black leaf floated out with the wind, and suddenly, all the demonic beasts were moved. Roar! Roar! More than 10 level 4 demonic beasts actually pounced on the black leaf together. This formation made Lin Tian's eyes widen. What exactly was this ghost flower that made these demonic beasts so obsessed? Shaking his head fiercely, Lin Tian increased his speed a little. Because he threw out a black leaf, more than 10 demonic beasts began to fight over it, and actually temporarily abandoned Lin Tian. Lin Tian put away the small cloth bag, and with a flash of his feet, he gritted his teeth and headed toward the mountain in front of him. About 15 minutes later, he arrived at the mountain. The mountain was slightly bright, and there was a cave not far away. The entrance of the cave was not too big, and it was difficult for ordinary demonic beasts to find it. Lin Tian gasped for breath, and stepped into the cave with difficulty. His physical strength finally couldn't support him, and he sat on the ground. "Little Z, you can open your eyes now," he said, untied the sleeves around his waist, and put the little girl down. The little girl opened her eyes and saw Lin Tian's pale face. She suddenly showed a tearful expression. Half kneeling beside Lin Tian, she grabbed the corner of Lin Tian's clothes and anxiously asked, "Big brother, what's wrong with you?" "Nothing, just a little tired." Lin Tian smiled. This smile was naturally very forced. Looking out of the cave, Lin Tian felt his vision began to blur. This feeling was similar to the last time outside the Matrix Manipulator Guild. The consumption of essence, chi, and spirit was too serious. In this regard, he was not surprised. Facing more than 10 level 4 demonic beasts, it was already a miracle that he could survive. It was normal to consume so much essence, chi, and spirit. "Little Z, don't run around, just stay here," Lin Tian said reluctantly. His eyelids were getting heavier and heavier. Lin Tian couldn't bear it anymore and fell asleep. "Big brother? Big brother? Big brother!" The little girl pushed Lin Tian with all her strength. Seeing that Lin Tian didn't move, the little girl suddenly became very anxious. She thought that something happened to Lin Tian, and tears flowed down her face. Struggling, the little girl put her head on Lin Tian's chest. Until she felt Lin Tian's heartbeat, she was relieved and let out a long sigh of relief. Although the 11-year-old little girl was ignorant, she still knew some of the simplest things. Lying on Lin Tian's chest, the little girl was very obedient and quiet. Looking around, the little girl looked out of the cave, at the gorgeous night sky. "The moon is so beautiful," the little girl whispered. The moon was very round, and the silver light scattered, covering the whole world with a layer of silver light. The silver moonlight even shone into the cave. Looking at the full moon, the little girl's eyes were very pure and focused. Gradually, the little girl's beautiful pupils changed a little and widened a little. After a few more breaths, the little girl's expression also changed. She didn't look like a child anymore. Standing up from Lin Tian's side, her black hair was like a waterfall, hanging down to her waist and gently fluttering in the night wind. At this moment, the little girl's eyes were no longer confused, no longer hesitant, and no longer pure, but turned into calmness and depth. "It's really troublesome on this day every year," the little girl said to herself. "Sha! Sha! Sha!" A strange sound rang out. Outside the cave, a huge head of a demonic beast appeared, staring straight into the cave. Then, more and more monster eyes lit up, full of bloodthirst, greed, and cruelty. After a short pause, the demonic beasts that were chasing Lin Tian had actually caught up to this place. Among them, there were Lincoln scorpions, spot-devouring centipedes, fire monster dogs, and even level 5 monster pythons. Level 5 monster pythons stuck out their tongues and coiled towards the cave. The monster's eyes were cold, with an evil light, staring at the sleeping Lin Tian. As if staring at its prey, the monster pythons slowly approached Lin Tian. "Get lost." At this moment, a cold voice sounded. The little girl tilted her head, and her pure eyes became indifferent, sweeping to the monster pythons and the monsters outside the cave. The level 5 monster pythons that entered the cave shook violently, and blood flowed from its mouth. The monster's eyes quickly faded, and in the blink of an eye, there was no movement. At the same time, outside the cave, all the monsters trembled, and pairs of bloodthirsty eyes were full of horror. In an instant, all the monsters retreated and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Here, Only a level 5 monster's corpse was left. The little girl turned her head, and her eyes fell on Lin Tian again. Suddenly, she saw a jade tablet on Lin Tian's chest. She squatted down and picked it up. Nanyang Martial House, Lin Tian. The little girl muttered to herself, and the corner of her mouth curled up, revealing a strange smile. Interesting. She put the jade tablet back on Lin Tian's chest, and her little hand grabbed the back of Lin Tian's collar. With a flash of light, the two disappeared into the cave. In the next moment, outside the dark forest, a light wind blew, and the little girl reappeared. Putting down Lin Tian, the little girl raised her left hand, and a circle of light appeared around Lin Tian's body, and then it quickly dimmed. Looking at the sleeping Lin Tian, the little girl squatted down and placed her right hand on Lin Tian's chest. A faint light flashed and quickly entered Lin Tian's body. "Thank you for your kindness," the little girl said softly. Her voice was still crisp, not much different from an ordinary 11-year-old girl, but it was a little strange. Chapter 55. When Lin Tian woke up, the sky was already bright, and the morning sun was shining down, slightly dazzling. Cotton Candy Novel Network www.mianhuatang. CC provides TXT for free download. Standing up and looking around, Lin Tian found himself outside the dark forest. "What's going on?" Lin Tianwei was shocked. He clearly walked into a cave before. How could he appear outside the dark forest when he opened his eyes? "By the way, little Z! Little Z!" Lin Tian glanced around. With this look, Lin Tian's face suddenly sank, surrounded by inch-high grass. Not even a ghost shadow could be seen. "Little Z!" Lin Tian shouted. Following the surroundings, Lin Tian searched for about half an hour, but unfortunately, he still couldn't find the little girl's trace. "What happened?" He frowned. Thinking about it, this matter was too strange. Searching his whole body, not a single thing was missing. Lin Tian's frown deepened. After that, he searched for another hour, and even went into the dark forest once, but it was still fruitless, and finally he had to give up. Forget it. Looking back at the dark forest, after a while, Lin Tian put on a black robe and turned away. The dark forest was very far from Fengjian City. When Lin Tian returned to Fengjian City, it was already afternoon. Wrapped in a black robe, Lin Tian came to the Array Manipulator Association, carefully took out the ghost flower and handed it to Mifei, which surprised Mifei. It was only 2 days. Lin Tian actually brought the ghost flower back from the dark forest, which really surprised Mifei. You know, the fastest person to complete the task before took 7 days. "Are you hurt?" Mifei asked. Although Mifei still used the honorific title, but because of Lin Tian's words last time, she seemed to be more casual. "It's okay, just a little tired." Lin Tian smiled. "That's good. That's good." Mifei breathed a sigh of relief. This task, a lot of people died before. Please go to read a book. The ghost flower was missing a few leaves, but that didn't affect anything. The most important thing was its petals. Mifei carefully put away the ghost flower, and then recorded Lin Tian's array controller points. "A total of 800 points. Are you directly exchanged for that moon drop? And help me exchange them all into moon drop seeds." Lin Tian nodded. "Okay, please wait a moment." Mifei walked into the backyard and soon took out a small jade bottle with some thick silver liquid in it. "Thank you." Lin Tian took it and carefully put it away. "Gujing hasn't come back yet." Lin Tian and Mifei say hello, and then leave here. Soon after, he returned to his residence in the Martial House and ascended to the top floor. After waking up outside the dark forest, Lin Tian found that his essence, energy, and spirit had completely recovered, and even improved a little. Therefore, he did not rest. Gale Rune. Closing his eyes, he started to comprehend the Gale Rune. The Gale Rune was a level 3 array rune, and compared to the Martial Fusion Rune and Spirit Gathering Rune, it was more difficult. Lin Tian spent a total of 2 days and 2 nights before he finally comprehended this type of array rune completely. As for the initial scroll, The Array Controller Guild had ready-made ones, and Lin Tian had bought some. Therefore, he only needed to create ink and inscribe it. Another day passed, and the first Gale rune was successfully created. Whew! Lin Tian exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and wiped off the sweat on his forehead. Compared to the Spirit Gathering rune, the level 3 Gale rune had 8 basic runes, and the difficulty of inscribing it was naturally not low. This was especially so for the first rune. Thankfully, Lin Tian already had rich experience in inscribing arrays, so he only spent 3 days to complete the first level 3 Gale rune. Again, after the first rune was completed, Lin Tian started on the second rune. Compared to the first rune, the second rune was naturally much simpler. After all, he had practical experience. A day later, the moon drop seeds were completely exhausted, and Lin Tian had inscribed 8 Gale runes. Great! Lin Tian's eyes lit up. Night had just passed, and Lin Tian walked down from the pavilion. He faced the morning sun and breathed, recovering his spirit. Shao Clan! Looking out of the martial house, Lin Tian's lips curled into a sneer. After the Gale rune was completed, night fell once again. He could go and retrieve some things. Right at this moment, his identity jade token suddenly lit up, and a voice directly transmitted into his mind. All newly promoted disciples of the martial house, gather at the martial practice field in 1 hour. Lin Tian was shocked. This identity jade token had such a function like a voice transmission talisman? Martial practice field. After pausing for a moment, Lin Tian turned around and returned to his residence. After washing up, he headed for the martial house's martial practice field. The identity jade token was the symbol of a disciple of the martial house, and it could also be said to be a symbol of the 9-yang martial house. Since the voice came from the identity jade token, Lin Tian naturally wouldn't go against it. After half an hour, he arrived at the martial practice field. The martial practice field was sparsely populated. There was only a middle-aged man standing on the largest stage with his hands behind his back. Seeing Lin Tian arrive, the middle-aged man's eyes narrowed. You are a new disciple? Yes. Lin Tian nodded. Not bad. Looking at Lin Tian, the middle-aged man revealed a satisfied expression. After he shouted, Lin Tian arrived here in half an hour. This meant that Lin Tian woke up very early and was very diligent. Most people like diligent people. Looking at Lin Tian, the middle-aged man smiled and said, What is your name? Lin Tian. Lin Tian respectfully replied. The middle-aged man was shocked. You are Lin Tian? 9-star talent, the #1 genius among the new disciples? The middle-aged man wasn't present at the martial house assessment a month ago. However, as a martial house instructor, he naturally knew about the appearance of a 9-star talent after the assessment. Lin Tian modestly replied, Senior is overpraising me. I don't deserve to be called a genius. The middle-aged man was even more satisfied with Lin Tian's attitude. Geniuses were liked by many, and humble geniuses were more approachable. Don't be modest. You deserve to be called a genius. The middle-aged man candidly said, My name is Luo Xiao. I am temporarily in charge of the new disciples' physical training. If you have any problems in the future, you can come to me at any time. Thank you, Senior. Lin Tian thanked the middle-aged man. In next to no time, an hour had passed, and over 100 new disciples had appeared successively on the martial practice grounds. The clothes of many of them were still slightly disheveled. Obviously, many of them were still sleeping when the voice from their identity tokens sounded out. Looking at these people, Luo Xiao shook his head. He couldn't help but feel that Lin Tian was more pleasing to the eye. Stand properly in 5 breaths! Luo Xiao shouted. A majestic true core force surged, startling the disciples. Their movements suddenly became several times faster. Lin Tian's heart stirred. Divine Pulse Realm! This true core force was much weaker than Mu Qing's and Shidong's, but it was still strong enough. It was at the 3rd level of the Divine Pulse Realm. Luo Xiao swept his gaze over the crowd. When many of them felt a burst of pressure, he spoke again. The martial practice field is where the disciples of the martial house practice their martial skills and duels. Behind me, on the other side of the martial practice field, is the special training area of the martial house. The training area is divided into the physical body tempering area and the true core condensing area. Today, I called you here to bring you to the first place, the physical body tempering area. Follow me! As he spoke, Luo Xiao turned around and walked towards the other side of the martial practice field. The Nine-Yang Martial House's martial arts stage was extremely huge. On the other side, there was a huge open area. There were 2 different stone doors standing there. On each of the stone doors, there were 2 big words. One was physical strength, and the other was true essence. The meaning was very simple. Behind the physical body tempering area was the physical body tempering area, while behind the true core force gate was the true core condensing area. As they approached, Luo Xiao nodded to the 2 deacons guarding the physical body tempering area. Immediately, the 2 deacons moved together and opened the physical body tempering area. Come in, Luo Xiao said and walked in first. The crowd of disciples stepped into the stone door one after another. As soon as they entered, they were surprised. The space behind the stone door was different from the space outside. It was somewhat oppressive. Luo Xiao looked at the crowd and shouted, "The essence of the tempering in your body is that there is a huge formation engraved within your body, known as the Berserk Wave Formation. The Wild Wave Array only has one effect, and that is to increase the gravity of the natural world, making the space heavier. Compared to the outside of the array, it is more difficult to move around. The Wild Wave Array is divided into 9 areas. The closer you are to the center, the heavier the gravity. They are 2 times the gravity, 3 times the gravity, 4 times the gravity, 5 times the gravity, 6 times the gravity, 7 times the gravity, 8 times the gravity, 9 times the gravity, and 10 times the gravity." The Nine-Yang Martial House had been established for a long time. Including the illusion array used for the assessment, all the arrays in the martial house were engraved by array manipulators. Furthermore, they were extremely powerful array manipulators. Luo Xiao looked at the crowd and continued, "Living in the Wild Wave Array, the higher the gravity, the stronger the tempering of the physical body. Think about it. When you are able to move freely in 2 times the gravity, how would you feel when you return to a normal environment? Every aspect of your physical body will improve by leaps and bounds. Wow!" As soon as Luo Xiao finished speaking, the crowd went into an uproar. "This is also one of the martial house's cultivation resources? That's great! If we were to cultivate here for a year, how strong would we become? That's awesome!" Many of the disciples were excited. Not only these people, but even Lin Tian's eyes lit up. He secretly thought that the Nine-Yang Martial House was indeed worthy of its name. This kind of cultivation resource was definitely not something he could find in the outside world. Seeing how excited his disciples were, Luo Xiao harumphed coldly, "Don't get too excited just yet. The effects of the wild waves formation are indeed not bad, but the process of cultivating within it is incomparably arduous. In fact, it can even be described as painful. Even I can barely move in the 4x gravity zone." Pausing for a moment, Luo Xiao continued, "In addition, I've only brought all of you here this time to broaden your horizons. After this, the amount of time each of you will be able to cultivate in this formation will be different. As for the differences, it will be based on your results in the Outer Mansion ranking trial not long ago. The higher your ranking, the more time you will be able to cultivate in this formation. On the contrary, the lower your ranking, the less time you will be able to cultivate in this formation." Chapter 56. Rex. Large-scale array formations like the Wild Waves Heavy Array required an enormous amount of energy to operate. In addition, there were many disciples in the martial house. Therefore, the amount of time each disciple was given to cultivate in the array formation was naturally limited. Therefore, the significance of the Outer Palace ranking trial was reflected. Time was allocated according to the rankings. This is the reference table for your ranking in the outer house and the cultivation time you received. Take a look for yourselves. Luo Xiao threw a jade slip to each of them. Lin Tian swept through the list and discovered that disciples ranked below 150 in the outer house could accumulate 10 hours of cultivation in the Wild Wave Heavy Array and True Essence Condensing Array every month. From 150 to 101, they could cultivate for a day. From 100 to 51, they could cultivate for 2 days. From 50 to 11, they could cultivate for 3 days. From 10 to 4, they could cultivate for 5 days. As for the top 3, they could cultivate for even longer. Third place, they could cultivate for 7 days. Second place, they could cultivate for 8 days. First place, they could cultivate for 10 days. I'm ranked second in the outer house. That means I can cultivate in the Wild Waves Array or the other True Energy Condensation Array for 10 days a month. Lin Tian thought to himself. Thinking of this, Lin Tian couldn't help but feel grateful to Sushu. This girl had put all the beast cores under his name, which allowed him to be ranked second in the outer house. All right, everyone split into 5 teams and enter in order. Luo Xiao shouted. The Wild Waves Array relied on beast cores to operate, and could accommodate up to 25 people at a time. There were 103 new disciples in the martial house, so splitting them into 5 teams was naturally the most appropriate. Soon, the 103 people were divided into 5 rows. 3 groups of 21 people, and 2 groups of 20 people. Looking at the array in front of them, each disciple was excited. Luo Xiao looked at the crowd and shouted again. Before you enter, I'd like to remind you that with your current cultivation, you can only cultivate in the 2 times gravity area. Do not overestimate your strength and go to the 3 times gravity area. If you exceed your limits and challenge this array, you may be in danger. Teacher, it's just cultivation. No matter how difficult it is, we won't be in danger, right? Someone asked cautiously. Upon hearing this, many disciples turned to look at Luo Xiao, including Lin Tian. Luo Xiao snorted and said, Don't be too naive. Think about it, if you were to be thrown into a 5x gravity zone, the enormous gravity would be enough to make you unable to move. You wouldn't even be able to call for help. At that time, other than waiting for death, what else could you do? Pausing for a moment, Luo Xiao looked at the crowd, his eyes cold and serious as he said in a low voice. At least 10 martial house disciples have died in this array. The expressions of all the disciples changed. How could this be? I can't believe someone died here. Some of the disciples paled. Don't be nervous. Luo Xiao waved his hand and said, Those who died overestimated themselves and forcefully stepped into the gravitational field beyond their limits. That's why they were slowly drained to death by the formation. As long as you know your limits and don't be blindly arrogant, death will never happen. Hearing Luo Xiao's words, the disciples finally relaxed a little. Lin Tian raised his head and looked at the grand array in front of him with some anticipation. All right, let's begin. Team 1, go in. Today, I'm only bringing you here to experience the array. Every team has a time limit of 2 hours. Luo Xiao said. I repeat, you can only train in the 2x gravity zone. Yes, teacher. All the disciples replied in unison. Luo Xiao nodded his head. Looking at Lin Tian, who was in the first group, he smiled and said, Lin Tian, since you're the first to arrive today, I'll give you a special reward. You'll be allowed to cultivate until you reach the 5th group. After saying that, Luo Xiao looked at the other 102 disciples and asked, Do you have any objections? The disciples looked at each other and shook their heads. They didn't have the qualifications to object. Lin Tian stood in the first team and bowed slightly to Luo Xiao. Thank you, senior. Don't worry about it. Hardworking people naturally deserve to be rewarded. Luo Xiao shook his head and said, Once you enter the Wild Waves Array, your body will need some time to adapt. Most people can only last for 2 hours. Pay attention to the time. When your body can't take it anymore, come out immediately. Wait until you've recovered a little before entering again. Thank you for the reminder, senior. Lin Tian will remember it. Lin Tian Andao. Luo Xiao nodded and looked at the rest. All right, Team 1, go in. As he spoke, Luo Xiao stepped aside. Hua! In an instant, the disciples were in an uproar as they entered the array one after another. Lin Tian was in the first team and naturally, he was the first to step in. As soon as he stepped into the wild waves formation, Lin Tian felt his body sink. A feeling of suppression appeared in his heart, appearing in every corner of his body, which made him feel a little surprised. When he lifted his legs, he realized that it was much more difficult. It was as if his legs were filled with mercury. He even felt a stinging pain. This is the 2x gravity zone? Lin Tianwei was shocked. At this moment, he felt that he was pressed to the ground by a majestic force. It was extremely uncomfortable. Ah! It hurts! Ow! Around him, many disciples were howling. Many of them were howling like wild beasts. Outside the array, Luo Zhao's voice sounded. The wild waves array amplifies the natural gravitational force. This gravitational force is completely different from the feeling of carrying a heavy object. When carrying a heavy object, the weight will only be on one part of the body, be it the shoulder, the arm, or some other part. As for the natural gravitational force, this gravitational force will oppress every part of your body, every inch of your flesh. Living in the wild wolf heavy formation, every inch of your skin will have to endure 1, 2, 3, or even more times the gravity of the outside world. This gravity will not only be reflected in the pressure, it will also give you the feeling of a sharp blade, as if a sharp blade is cutting every inch of your flesh, bones, and organs. Hearing Luo Zhao's voice, Lin Tian's heart skipped a beat. I see. He thought to himself. He had been puzzled just now. He had carried Su's shoe and the little girl before, but he had never felt anything like this before. It turned out that the form of pressure from gravity was completely different from the form of pressure from ordinary heavy objects. Oppressing every inch of my flesh? This array must have been created by at least a grade 6 array manipulator. Lin Tian thought. A grade 6 array manipulator was terrifying just thinking about it. Probably only the Array Manipulator Guild in the Imperial City would have such an expert. Furthermore, he should be an elder at the very least. I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore. It hurts so much. I want to get out. Wretched howls sounded from all around. Under the pressure of gravity that was twice as strong as the outside world, the faces of many disciples turned ugly. Not a single wound could be seen on their bodies, but the intense pain was unbearable for many of them. Soon, some people began to move out of the array. Lin Tian glanced at the surroundings with a calm expression. He began to stride through the area. With every step he took, he would feel piercing pain, and it was no different from when he had tempered his flesh and blood. Gradually, the speed of his footsteps became much faster. Of course, the piercing pain also increased. This wild waves heavy formation is only focused on the training of one's physique. It strengthens the quality of one's body in all aspects. The effects of cultivating the yin-yang steps should be pretty good, Lin Tian thought to himself. The yin and yang steps was an unparalleled movement technique that he had refined from the information that had surged into his mind. This movement technique was divided into 9 realms, and he was only at the first realm. This wild waves heavy formation used formation patterns to increase the natural gravity between heaven and earth, thereby suppressing the body and restricting the martial artist's movements. In this way, cultivating the yin and yang steps was the best choice. Lin Tian took a deep breath and began to walk according to the yin-yang steps. This movement technique was extremely mysterious. According to the information in his mind, this movement technique could allow the practitioner to have extraordinary speed in the early stages. When cultivated to the peak, it was even more terrifying. One step could traverse thousands of miles of mountains and rivers. It was truly the fastest speed in the world. It hurts. Walking with the yin-yang steps, Lin Tian felt more pain in his body. He could not help but grit his teeth. This also made him sigh. This was only the 2-fold gravity area, and it was already so uncomfortable. If he were to enter the 3-fold gravity area at this moment, he reckoned that he would not be able to withstand it. At this time, It had been an hour since the first team entered the Wild Waves array. Except for Lin Tian, everyone else in the first team had already stepped out of the array. Lin Tian did not care about this at all. His expression was calm, and his eyes were firm. He continued to cultivate the yin-yang steps in this area. Not long after, Lin Tian saw a red engraving. This engraving extended in a 360-degree circle and was branded on the ground. This made Lin Tian's heart jump. Inside this mark should be the threefold gravity area. After thinking about it, Lin Tian moved closer and tried to put his right hand into the red engraving. In an instant, he felt an intense pain. It was as if his right hand had been chopped off by a large saber. Lin Tian was greatly alarmed, and his expression immediately changed. He stomped his feet hard on the ground, and his entire body immediately retreated 3 meters. His right hand drooped slightly, and a burning sensation assaulted him. Then, Lin Tian felt his entire right arm go numb, as if he had lost all feeling. This is too scary! Lin Tian's heart palpitated. He finally understood that Luo Zhao's warning was not exaggerated at all. Just putting one arm into the threefold gravity area was already so uncomfortable. If his entire body went in, he might really be crushed. I'll cultivate in the twofold gravity area for now. Once I've adapted to the twofold gravity area, I'll go to the threefold gravity area. Lin Tian thought to himself. Rubbing his numb right arm, Lin Tian began to move again after a few breaths. While enduring the intense pain from the twofold gravity, he used the yin-yang steps to move. Chapter 57. Time flew by, and 2 hours passed quickly. Including the previous 1 hour, in these 3 hours, out of the 5 groups formed by over 100 new students, 2 groups had already walked out of the array. At this moment, the third group had started to walk into the array. However, Lin Tian still hadn't walked out of the array. This little guy is not bad! Luo Zhao's eyes shone. It was his first time entering the array, and he had already endured 3 hours in the double gravity zone. At this moment, in the Wild Waves array, Lin Tian's eyes were resolute, without the slightest change. After staying in the formation for 3.5 hours, his movements gradually became more and more natural. Swoosh! 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 Using the duality steps, he could already hear the sound of something tearing through the air. This Wild Waves array is too extraordinary. It can be said to be a holy land for cultivation, Lin Tian thought to himself. After 3 hours of cultivation, he had been enduring bursts of pain throughout his body, but even so, he could clearly feel the changes in his body. Although the changes were small, they did exist. Continue, he thought to himself. The double gravity brought on pain to his body, but Lin Tian did not seem to feel anything. This was not because he was not afraid of pain, but because he knew that if he wanted to progress on the path of martial arts, he had to endure such pain. Only by enduring the most bitter of hardships can one rise above others. This was a principle that he, who had lived 2 lives, knew best. He was cultivating with all his might, and at the same time, time passed without stopping. Soon, another 4 hours had passed. 4 hours later, the 5 teams of freshmen had all entered the array and exited. Many of them sat on the ground, complaining incessantly. Luo Zhao looked into the array, and the light in his eyes disappeared. His expression was one of shock. At this moment, 3 hours had passed since Lin Tian had entered the Wild Waves array. Luo Zhao was shocked. He was not worried that Lin Tian would have any accidents. It was just double gravity, and it was far from enough to crush a martial artist to death. He was also not worried that Lin Tian would enter the triple gravity zone, because he had repeatedly emphasized that Lin Tian was not an arrogant person. Just how strong is this little guy? Luo Zhao was truly shocked to be able to last 6.5 hours in the Wild Waves heavy array for the first time. As far as he knew, ever since the establishment of the Nine-Yang Martial House, there had never been a disciple who could last so long in their first attempt. Even the martial fanatic MOG had only lasted 6 hours when he entered for the first time. Luo Xiao could not help but clench his fists as he stared intently at the array. Mentor, can we go back now? That's right, Mentor. My body hurts. Let's go back and rest. Many disciples complained. Thinking about how Lin Tian had already lasted for 6 hours in the formation, and then looking at the people who had only been in there for less than an hour, Luo Xiao suddenly felt a surge of anger. All of you, shut up! Glaring at his disciples, Luo Xiao bellowed coldly. Look at your cowardly faces! Just like this, how can you become a powerful expert in the future? Glancing at the wild waves heavy array, Luo Xiao snorted coldly. All of you, stay where you are. Before he comes out, no one is allowed to leave. Luo Xiao was very strong. With this shout, the hundreds of disciples shrunk back in fear. But soon many people were puzzled. Him? Who? Is there someone else in the array? Someone asked curiously. Many people looked around and suddenly, someone exclaimed. That Lin Tian is not here! Lin Tian? The Lin Tian who ranked first in the comprehensive assessment? The person who killed Emosen of the Mo clan? He is still inside? Many people were shocked. These people who participated in this year's assessment naturally knew about Lin Tian. But teacher, someone carefully opened his mouth and said, that Lin Tian is a 9-star talent monster. Moreover, he was ranked second in the Outer House training trial. How can we compare to him? That's right, Mentor. I just happen to be a 3-star genius. Many people whispered. The Outer House trial ranking had already been announced. Everyone knew about Lin Tian's ranking. As for Lin Tian being dragged away by the centipede, only a few people in the martial house knew about it. Therefore, when Lin Tian appeared again, these disciples were not surprised. Glancing at this group of people, Luo Xiao's eyes widened. Shut up! The Wild Waves Heavy Array is a place to train one's physical strength. It has nothing to do with one's talent. Strength is indeed the key to how long you can last in the Wild Waves Heavy Array. But in this 2x gravity zone, with your current cultivation, even if it's your first time here, if your will is strong enough, it won't be a problem for you to last for 2 hours. Do you dare to say that you came out because your physical strength was exhausted? Luo Xiao coldly said. After being yelled at by Luo Xiao, many people's faces immediately became ugly, ashamed. Indeed, many of them did not walk out because they were physically exhausted, but because they could not bear the piercing pain brought to their bodies by double the gravity. It was even more painful than tempering their muscles and bones. Many of them rushed out after a short while. Mentor, we were wrong, a disciple whispered. Among these disciples, Xiao Yun was naturally among them. However, at this moment, Xiao Yun's face was very ugly. She couldn't see through the current Lin Tian at all. Not too long ago he had been a sickly and weak person, but in the blink of an eye he had become a peerless genius with a 9-star talent. He had killed Emosen, the number 1 disciple of the martial house, and ranked second in the Outer Palace smelting trial. And now, he had endured in the 2x gravity zone for such a long time. Her eyes flashed with panic and fear. For a moment, Xiao Yun was stunned. At this moment, in the Wild Waves Heavy Array, Lin Tian was still practicing the duality steps. At this time, his steps were even more gentle. Even in the 2x gravity zone, the soles of his feet flashed with a silver light. Faster! Faster! Lin Tian whispered. His eyes were firm. Although his face was pale and he felt weak, he did not stop. He continued to practice the duality steps over and over again. Very quickly, another 4 hours passed. At this moment, Lin Tian's body trembled slightly. His movements suddenly became much faster. His speed more than doubled in an instant. This is? Lin Tianwei was shocked. He did not stop. According to his current speed, he kept flashing on the spot. After dozens of breaths, he finally stopped. Duality steps, first stage perfection. Lin Tian revealed a happy expression. After experimenting for a while, he found that even in the 2x gravity zone, his duality steps could reach the peak level of the duality steps in the outside world. The cultivation of the duality steps was actually more difficult than the shocking wind sword art. Lin Tian originally thought that he would need to spend 3 months before he could reach the perfection stage of the first stage, but he did not expect that he would be able to do it in just 10 hours in this twofold gravity zone. This really made him a little excited. Now, his speed had more than doubled. All right, it's about time. It's time to go out, Lin Tian thought to himself. Patting the dust off his body, Lin Tianyi shook his body and almost instantly stepped out of the wild waves' heavy array. After walking out of the array, Lin Tian felt that his body had become much lighter. When he walked, it was as if there was a gust of wind blowing around his body. This feeling was very strange. This should be the effect of cultivating in the 2 times gravity zone, Lin Tian thought to himself. He raised his head and was shocked to find that all the disciples were staring at him. Luo Xiao came over. He was shocked and helpless. He smiled bitterly and said, "You little brat, you actually stayed in there for 12 hours on your first try. You're really a little monster. I almost couldn't help but go in and look for you." As the minutes and seconds passed, Lin Tian still did not appear. Even though Luo Xiao was full of confidence in Lin Tian, he gradually felt uneasy. He was worried that Lin Tian had fainted in the 2 times gravity zone due to lack of physical strength. He was worried that Lin Tian had entered the 3 times gravity zone. Fortunately, at this moment, Lin Tian finally came out. Lin Tian blushed with shame, feeling a little embarrassed. "Thank you for your concern, senior." He bowed respectfully. Luo Xiao waved his hand and laughed heartily. "Don't mention it, it was me who worried for nothing." Then, Luo Xiao looked at the 100 or so new disciples. "All right, all of you can disperse. Remember, this time I only brought you here to broaden your horizons. After this, the Martial House will distribute your cultivation time according to your ranking in the Outer Palace trial. Remember this." "Yes, instructor." All the disciples breathed a sigh of relief. Many of them stared at Lin Tian with fear and awe, but soon they dispersed. Luo Xiao looked at Lin Tian and patted Lin Tian's shoulder. He smiled. "Good kid, not bad. However, I still have to remind you that it's a good thing to not be afraid of hardships, and it's also good to have a strong will. However, you still have to control yourself. Training too hard can be harmful to your body, understand?" Lin Tian nodded. "Thank you for your advice, senior." "All right, you should be tired after cultivating for so long. Go back and have a good rest," Luo Xiao said. Lin Tian nodded, bowed, and thanked Luo Xiao before walking back to his residence. Looking at Lin Tian's back, Luo Xiao's face was full of smiles. "It's been a long time since I've seen such an outstanding young man." Lin Tian returned to his residence. After washing up, he flipped over and lay on his bed. After cultivating in the 2 times gravity zone for almost 12 hours, he was indeed exhausted. His body felt like it was about to fall apart. He slept all the way until midnight. At midnight, the stars flashed in the sky and scattered silver light over Fengjian City. "It's time." Lin Tian looked at the sky, the corner of his mouth hooked up into a cold smile. Chapter 58. As the biggest merchant family in Fengjian City, the Xiao family was very luxurious. Even at night, the main gate was still brightly lit. Lin Tian hid in the darkness, and quickly arrived at the Xiao family. Looking around, there were 2 guards standing in front of the Xiao family's main gate. Each of them held a long spear and were vigilantly looking around. Not paying attention to the 2 guards, Lin Tian went around the main gate and arrived at the side wall of the Xiao family. With a light jump, he immediately climbed up the wall and entered the Xiao family. Compared to the outside, the Xiao family's interior was brighter. It was as if there was a lantern every 3 steps. "Extravagant enough!" Lin Tianling smiled. The Xiao family could have everything today, most of it was taken from the Lin family. Inside the Xiao family, there were many servants and guards patrolling back and forth. Lin Tian didn't care at all. Based on his memory, he quickly arrived in front of an old house. This old house was not tall nor luxurious, but it was very tight. Especially the door that sealed the old house, it was actually covered with iron sheets. There were a total of 8 locks from top to bottom. Moreover, there were 2 guards standing outside the door. They looked more capable than the 2 in front of the main gate. Lin Tian hid in the darkness and took out a small paper bag. The paper bag was filled with *** powder. For martial artists under the 6th level of body refinement, this *** powder had a special effect. Just a slight smell would cause them to faint. Lin Tian took out the *** powder. With a wave of his hand, the *** powder floated in the air with a light breeze. Eh? What's that smell? It seems to be flour. With 2 thumping sounds, the 2 guards in front of the old house fell to the ground. The Xiao family was not a martial arts family. The guards in the house were naturally not strong. They couldn't block the ** powder. Lin Tian quickly walked to the door of the old house. He held an iron lock in his hand and poured his soul power into it to sense the structure of the lock. After about 5 breaths, he inserted the gold thread that he had prepared earlier. With a click, the first iron lock was opened. The second one. Lin Tian secretly thought. He was a martial artist and an array master. His soul power was incomparably strong. Opening locks was naturally easy for him. Soon, all 8 iron locks were unlocked. Lin Tian pushed the door open and walked in, then carefully closed the iron door. From the outside, the old house was only tightly guarded and did not appear luxurious. However, upon entering the old house, one would find that it was spacious and bright. There were piles of gold, silver, jade, and ancient porcelain all over the place. Lin Tianling snorted. He didn't care about these things. Instead, he stared at a huge gold chest in the deepest part of the old house. This golden chest was surrounded by 9 layers of iron cages, each of which was fixed to a stone platform and locked with a large lock. Lin Tian didn't care about this at all. He used the same trick again and opened the 9 iron cages one by one. Finally, he opened the last lock outside the golden chest and took out a thick roll of parchment. Lin's jade ware. Lin's paper industry. Lin's jewelry. Lin Tian swept his eyes over them one by one. These parchments were all deeds of the Lin family's properties. However, the owner had already been changed and replaced with the name of the Xiao family's head, Xiao Nan. Lin Tianling smiled. His soul power emerged in his right hand and Xiao Nan's name suddenly disappeared. Immediately, the 2 words Lin Shi appeared in its original position. He was an array master. Using his soul power to change some words was no different from eating or sleeping. Putting away a few contracts, Lin Tian continued to look for other property deeds. Lin's wood industry. Lin's restaurant. Lin's horse farm. Along the way, Lin Tian was a bit surprised. The Lin family was really rich in the past. They had a lot of properties. There were more than 10 kinds. He changed all the property deeds to Lin Shi's name, and then threw them into the bag he had prepared earlier. He continued to search. At the bottom of the wooden chest, he found several rolls of parchment. Zhao's real estate. Zhao's ranch. Zhao's fish industry. Lin Tian's mouth curved into an evil smile. He changed the property deeds of the Xiao family, and then put them into the bag. This process didn't take much time. After that, Lin Tian closed the golden chest and closed the 9 iron locks one by one. He then walked out and closed the 8 locks on the iron door of the old house. He didn't take anything else in the old house. He took all the property deeds. These things would no longer belong to the Xiao family in the end. After walking a few steps, Lin Tianyi waved his hand and the antidote of the poison powder floated out. Oh! The 2 guards who had fainted were carried by Lin Tian and leaned against the wall of the old house. At this moment, the 2 woke up and were shocked. How did you fall asleep? The 2 quickly scanned the surroundings. After confirming that everything was normal, they let out a sigh of relief. Not far away, Lin Tian smiled indifferently and turned around to leave. At this moment, he had already used the 3rd Gale rune. Because each Gale rune could only last for a short period of time, he needed to use the next Gale rune before the previous one lost its effect. Otherwise, he would be exposed. After using the Gale mark, his body became even more agile. Like a shadow, he quickly walked out of the Shao clan. "Father, what should we do?" Suddenly, a familiar voice came from not far away, making Lin Tian stop in his tracks. Looking around, in a room not far away, the light was still on. In the darkness, he could see two figures in the room. One of them was tall, and the other was slim. As for the voice that came from the room, Lin Tian obviously recognized who it was. It was Xiao Yan's voice. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Tian carefully went over. Soon, he came to the door and listened carefully. The voice inside was even clearer. "That Lin Tian is not only a 9-star talent, but he is also ranked second in the outer house. Also, during the day, he stayed in the martial house's 2 times gravity zone for nearly 12 hours. Even the teachers were shocked. Father, what should we do? If this continues, he will become stronger and stronger. He will definitely deal with us." Xiao Yan's voice was a little flustered. A cold snort came from the room. "What's the hurry? He is only one person. He hasn't matured yet. What can he do? Doesn't your 9-yang martial house have a Greenwind Ridge? In the next few days you will observe carefully and find some disciples of the martial house who can be used for money. Set up a trap at the Greenwind Ridge in advance, and then let those people lure that little bastard to the Greenwind Ridge. Then, eliminate him at the Greenwind Ridge. But father, the disciples of the 9-yang martial house are very arrogant. Normally, they won't. Find 5 people and give each of them 100,000 spirit coins." 100,000? Xiao Yan's voice was a little surprised. In the room, Xiao Nan's voice came again. "I know a little about 9-star talent. As you said, this little bastard must not be left alive. If we don't get rid of him, he will become a big problem for our Shao clan in the future. 100,000? With this amount, we can definitely find him," Xiao Yan said with a trembling voice. "Yes, this is for you. This is the 3 martial fusion rune scrolls that I bought from the E-Treasure Pavilion not long ago. There is a powerful martial skill sealed inside. Even the E-Treasure Pavilion's chief deacon, Master Pushi, praised it. It can severely injure a martial artist at the 6th level of the refinement realm. Take it with you. When the time comes, it should be useful." This? Xiao Yan's voice was filled with surprise. "Thank you, father. This time, we can definitely get rid of him." Outside the room, Lin Tian heard everything clearly. His eyes flickered with a cold light. 100,000 spirit coins per person. They are really willing to part with their capital. He sneered in his heart. 100,000 spirit coins was definitely a huge amount of wealth. Even some divine vein realm experts might be moved. Heh! Lin Tian suddenly rejoiced. Luckily, he came tonight. Otherwise, he might really be tricked. He quietly retreated and hid in the darkness. Soon, he left the Shao clan. Walking through the quiet streets, Lin Tian soon returned to his residence in the martial house. He carefully hid the cloth bag that contained the property deeds of the Lin and Shao clans. He then went to the top of the pavilion and started to inscribe the spirit gathering rune. "Bitch Xiao, I wonder how much time you will spend to find him. When the time comes, I will give you a surprise." Lin Tian smiled evilly. Lin Tian was already very familiar with inscribing the spirit gathering rune. In just an hour, he finished inscribing the spirit gathering rune. He then activated the spirit gathering rune and condensed the spiritual energy from all directions to refine his internal organs. Intense pain immediately surged up, but Lin Tian didn't care. His eyes were filled with a cold light. Wang! A faint silver light flickered. Starlight and spiritual energy surged together and covered Lin Tian. A night passed quickly. Lin Tian cultivated for an entire night. Even though his internal organs were constantly emitting scorching pain, Lin Tian didn't care at all. After a night, his cultivation had increased by a few points. His essence, spirit, and spirit had become stronger. His heartbeat was also more powerful than before. Not bad, Lin Tian muttered to himself. It was currently early in the morning. Lin Tian washed up a little and then went to the violent waves heavy formation in the martial arts practice field. Brat, you woke up quite early. Luo Xiao smiled and greeted him. Luo Xiao was temporarily in charge of the physical training of the new disciples. Hence, he would usually be in the martial arts practice field. Senior, you are even earlier, Lin Tian replied politely. Luo Xiao chuckled and said, All right. Stop flattering me. Are you going to cultivate in the formation? Yes. Lin Tian nodded. Well, wait a moment. There is no one in the formation now. The formation hasn't been activated yet. Luo Xiao nodded and greeted the deacon who was controlling the formation. After 3 breaths, the formation started up with a buzzing sound. Looking at Lin Tian, Luo Xiao said, All right, it's ready now. Go in. The violent waves heavy formation required a large amount of energy to operate. Hence, when there was no one, the formation would be shut down. Thank you, Senior. Lin Tian replied politely and then stepped into the formation. This was the second time Lin Tian came to the violent waves heavy formation. He felt much better than yesterday. Although his movements were not as smooth as the outside world, it was far less difficult than yesterday. As soon as he entered the formation, he started to use the yin-yang steps. He wanted to use the violent waves heavy formation to quickly reach the second level of the yin-yang steps. Chapter 59. On this day, Lin Tian cultivated for a total of 14 hours in the 2x gravity zone of the wild waves heavy array, and only walked out of the array in the evening. As soon as Lin Tian walked out of the array, he felt his body become lighter. This feeling made him feel very comfortable. Very good! After 14 hours of cultivation, his body became lighter, and his duality steps had also improved. After returning to the martial house and eating the food that Lin Shi had prepared, Lin Tian went to the top pavilion, carved 2 spirit-gathering runes, and started cultivating. Buzz! Silver light lingered around his body, illuminating the dark top pavilion. Days passed, and the cultivation in the martial house was extremely boring. Every day, Lin Tian would cultivate the duality steps in the wild waves heavy array to temper his physique. At night, he would use the spirit-gathering runes to condense the power of stars and the spirit chi of heaven and earth to cultivate the 4 extremes scripture. Soon, 7 days passed. On this day, in the wild waves heavy array, Lin Tian suddenly stepped into the void. After leaving the ground, Lin Tian took a few steps in the air in this region with 2 times the gravity. Every time he took a step, a white air wave would appear under his feet. He stepped on the air and moved forward, covering a distance of 15 meters. After landing on the ground again, Lin Tian's eyes flashed with resplendent radiance. I've finally reached the second level! Lin Tian was slightly excited. He enjoyed the feeling of walking in the air and couldn't help but stand on the spot and reminisce about it. After a while, Lin Tian moved again and practiced repeatedly. He had just reached the second level of the duality steps and could only move 15 meters in the air. Moreover, walking in the air consumed a lot of qi. Just this one time, he felt that about 20% of the qi in his body had been consumed. I've just reached the second level. My comprehension is still lacking. I need to consolidate and familiarize myself, Lin Tian thought to himself. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath and started practicing again. Soon, another 2 days passed. During these 2 days, Lin Tian temporarily gave up on cultivating the 4 extreme scriptures. Apart from a small amount of rest, he spent the rest of his time in the wild waves formation. After these 2 days, he had a clear sense of familiarity with the second realm of the yin-yang steps. The consumption of his true essence was much lower, and he could now traverse 30 meters in the air. It had been 1 month and 26 days since Lin Tian entered the 9-yang martial house. I have to reach the 8th body refinement layer as soon as possible, Lin Tian thought. In the wee hours of the morning, he walked out of the wild waves heavy formation, stretched his body, and walked towards his residence. After going around a few corners, the disciples' living quarters were right in front of him. "Are you Lin Tian, Brother Lin?" a voice sounded. Not far away, a blue-clothed youth walked over with a warm smile on his face. Lin Tian tilted her head. "You are?" The young man in blue laughed and said, "My name is Jean Feng, a disciple of the Martial House 2 years ago, barely ranked 3rd in the outer house. So it's Brother Jean. I've heard a lot about you." Lin Tian smiled and said, "I wonder what business Brother John has with me." Jean Feng looked at Lin Tian and said with a smile, "It's like this. Not long ago, I received a mission from the Array Manipulator Guild in Supervisor Feng City. The mission was to kill a level 3 demonic beast, the Dark Rock Leopard, and obtain its heart. However, after trying it once, I realized that I couldn't do it alone. Since Brother Lin is ranked 2nd in the outer house, your combat power is not weak. Therefore, I would like to ask for Brother Lin's help. As for the mission reward, let's split it in half. What do you think, Brother Lin?" "Oh?" Lin Tian's heart skipped a beat. Was this someone bribed by the Xiao family? Lin Tian thought in his heart, but his expression did not change. He asked, "How much is the reward for this mission?" Hearing Lin Tian ask about the reward, Zhan Feng's eyes flashed with a hint of hidden joy. He said, "The reward is a total of 3,000 spirit coins. If the mission is completed, you and I will each split 1,500 spirit coins." 1,500 each? So much? Lin Tian pretended to be surprised. 1,500 spirit coins, for an ordinary martial artist, was indeed a large sum of money. Zhan Feng nodded. "Naturally, because the difficulty of the mission is relatively high. That Dark Rock Leopard is a 3rd-level peak monster beast, comparable to a 9th-level refinement realm cultivator. It is indeed not easy to deal with, otherwise there would not be such a high reward. However, because of the outer house trial not long ago, you and I both have middle-level spirit weapons. Together, we should be able to kill it." Everyone knew about the reward for ranking in the top 10 in the outer house. Lin Tian was ranked 2nd in the outer house and received a middle-level spirit weapon. Regarding this, Zhan Feng was very clear. Lin Tian pretended to ponder. After a while, he gritted his teeth and said, "All right. I will go with Senior Zhan. Good brother. Delightful." Zhan Feng laughed. "Senior Zhan, when are we going?" Lin Tian asked. "Ha ha 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 ha." Zhan Feng laughed and said, "Brother Lin, are you coveting that 1,500 spirit coins? You can say that. Recently, I've been a little tight on money," Lin Tian said with a smile. Zhan Feng thought for a moment and said, "All right, since Brother Lin is tight on money, then we will go now. This foolish brother has already found the nest of the Dark Rock Leopard. It is in a cave in the Green Wind Ridge. Now is the right time to kill it." "All right," Lin Tian now said. "Senior Zhan, please wait for a moment. I will go get the Origin Returning Sword." Lin Tian did not always carry the sword on his back when he was cultivating in the martial house. Hearing the Origin Returning Sword, Zhan Feng's eyes flashed with a strange light. "All right, go quickly and come back quickly. This foolish brother will wait for you here." "All right," Lin Tian now said and quickly ran to the dormitory. After returning to the dormitory and closing the door, Lin Tian's face suddenly revealed a cold smile. His soul was extremely strong, so his perception was naturally not weak. Through the conversation just now, he could already be sure that Zhan Feng was bribed by the Xiao family to deal with him. Even if that was not the case, the other party definitely did not have good intentions. "Let's see what kind of tricks you can play." Strapping the Origin Returning Sword on his back, Lin Tianling smiled and walked out of the dormitory. When he arrived at the previous place, Zhan Feng was waiting for him. "Sorry to keep senior brother waiting." Lin Tian smiled. "It's fine." Glancing at the Origin Returning Sword on Lin Tian's back, Zhan Feng smiled. "Then, let's go." "All right, follow senior brother." Lin Tian now. The Green Wind Ridge was extremely large. Under Zhan Feng's lead, the two quickly passed through the first and second level demonic beast areas and entered the third level demonic beast area. There are many fierce demonic beasts in the third level demonic beast area. Brother Lin, be careful. John Feng smiled. Thank you for the reminder. Lin Tian nodded. After an hour, the two appeared in front of a huge cave. At the bottom of the cave, there was a 2-person tall cave that led to the inside of the cave. We're here, John Feng said. Lin Tian looked into the cave. Here? Yes. John Feng nodded and said, Let's go in. Be careful. The dark rock leopard should be taking a nap in the deepest part of the cave. We'll approach it cautiously and kill it when it's unprepared. All right. Lin Tian nodded. Following John Feng, the two quickly passed through the cave and entered the cave. The cave was about 10 zhang high, and the top was open. Looking up, one could see the blue sky and white clouds. Standing in the cave, Lin Tian glanced around and said, Senior Brother Jean, where's the dark rock leopard? Dark rock leopard? You'll know when you die. John Feng laughed. At this moment, John Feng's voice changed. It was no longer gentle, but cold. With a whoosh, John Feng quickly retreated out of the open sky mountain cave and ran outside. At the same time, he did something that caused the tunnel they were walking through to tremble and collapse with a rumbling sound. In a moment, the tunnel was blocked. Lin Tian's expression was calm as he walked towards the blocked entrance. A cave that is several zhang wide is blocked like this. Even a divine vein realm expert wouldn't be able to break through in a short time. Heh! Smart! At this moment, Zhang Feng's voice sounded again from above. Lin Tian raised his head and saw Zhang Feng standing at the top of the cave with a sneer on his face. Senior Brother Zhang, what's the meaning of this? Lin Tian asked. Meaning? Ha 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 ha, I'll let you meet someone and you'll know. Zhang Feng laughed. Following Zhang Feng's words, a charming woman walked out from the top of the cave. It was Xiao Yun. Lin Tian, you didn't expect this, right? Xiao Yun stared at Lin Tian proudly. She spent 9 days to bribe the Martial House disciples and set up a trap. Now that she trapped Lin Tian in the cave, she felt a sense of accomplishment. Lin Tian's expression was calm as he mocked. Indeed, I didn't expect you to be so lustful. Emosen has only been dead for 2 months, and you've already hooked up with a new wild man. You're really promiscuous. What did you say? Xiao Yun shrieked. Are you deaf? Lin Tian said. I said you're a whore? You dare insult me. Xiao Yun's voice was sharp, her face was filled with anger as she said, Come out. All of you come out and kill him. Kill him. Following her words, 4 youths walked out from the top of the cave. These 4 people's auras were not weak, the lowest was at the 7th body refinement layer. Each of them carried a set of bows and arrows on their backs. Looking at these 4 people, Lin Tian's expression did not change. Surnamed Xiao, your needs are quite big, he said. Ah! Xiao Yun shrieked. Kill him. Quickly kill him. Looking at Xiao Yun with disdain, Lin Tian's gaze fell onto Zhang Feng's group of 5. You lured me here to kill me, right? Ah, your courage is not small. As disciples of the Martial House, you dare to do this. Aren't you afraid that once the higher-ups of the Martial House find out, they'll kill you all? Zhang Feng took out a gold card from his chest and shook it. 1,500 spirit coins is enough to make you excited, but this card, do you see it? There are 200,000 spirit coins in it. 200,000 spirit coins is worth the risk to kill you. Pausing, Zhang Feng smiled. Moreover, the Martial House will not find out. You want to say that if I die, the Martial House will only think that I was killed by a demonic beast. Lin Tian now. Zhang Feng was stunned, then he laughed. Smart. Smart enough. Lin Tian's expression was calm as he looked at the other 4 youths. What about you? How much did the Xiao family pay you? Was it also 200,000 spirit coins? Or 100,000 spirit coins? Each of them, 100,000 spirit coins. Zhang Feng said. They looked at Lin Tian, Their attitudes were very casual, as if Lin Tian was already a corpse. Chapter 60. John Feng and the others were stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. Send a huge sum of money to you. Kid, are you scared silly that you're starting to speak nonsense? Someone mocked. Is it very funny? Lin Tian looked at them. John Feng nodded and said, As a caged beast, you actually dare to speak such words, isn't it funny? I think this is the funniest joke in the world. Is it? Lin Tian said indifferently. Soon you won't be able to laugh anymore. His expression was very calm, without the slightest trace of panic. And this expression made John Feng and the others feel very unhappy. Humph! John Feng snorted coldly. Me, Ding and Ning Yu are all at the 8th body refinement layer. Sun Chang and Yi Shang are at the peak of the 7th body refinement layer. None of us are weaker than you. Just you alone. Under normal circumstances you would definitely die facing us, not to mention now. The current you dares to talk big. Looking down at Lin Tian in the cave, Zhan Feng's face was full of mockery. Zhan Feng, Ding and Ning Yu, Sun Chang, Yi Shang. Lin Tian swept his gaze over the 5 people. Let's wait and see. Standing in the cave, he had a very leisurely look. Don't talk nonsense, the money has already been paid to you. Quickly do it! Kill him! Xiaoyan shrieked. John Feng nodded and took out a bow and arrow that he had already prepared from the top of the cave, aiming straight at Lin Tian. At the same time, Ding'an and the other 3 youths also took out their bows and arrows from their backs. One arrow after another flashed with a cold light in the air. How should I say this, kid? I'm sorry. John Feng smiled. As his words fell, John Feng released the bowstring and the long arrow shot towards Lin Tian's throat. At the same time, the other 4 people also shot the arrows in their hands. Xiao! 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 The sound of air breaking rang out as 5 arrows pierced straight towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian dodged, his feet moved slightly, his entire body like a phantom, dodging the 5 arrows one by one. Continue! Xiaoyan shouted. John Feng and the others drew their bows again. This time, each of them had at least 5 arrows on their bowstrings. For a moment, the dense number of arrows almost sealed off all the space in the cave, falling from the sky like a meteor shower. Let's see how you're going to dodge such a concentrated attack in this enclosed cave. Ningyu sneered. Not only Ningyu, but the others also sneered. This trap was carefully prepared by them. They would trap Lin Tian in the cave while they would attack him with arrows from the top of the cave. In this limited space, it was very difficult to avoid the dense rain of arrows falling from the sky. To them, the current Lin Tian was a live target. Swish! 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 As soon as the first volley of arrows was released, the 5 of them drew their bows again, and the second volley of arrows followed closely behind. Die! Xiaoyan shrieked. Lin Tiandan smiled indifferently. Like a ghost, he flashed between the gaps of the arrows. Not a single arrow was able to touch his body. Not enough. After 2 volleys of arrows, Lin Tian was unscathed. Even the corners of his clothes were not scratched. Staring below, Sun Chang and the others were somewhat moved. This speed. Someone murmured, shocked by Lin Tian's terrifying speed. Zhan Feng said with a cold face. You're going to die anyway. Why fight like a cornered beast? Die. Are you sure I'm going to die? Lin Tian looked at Zhan Feng. Humph. The cave leading to the outside world has been sealed. Even a divine vein realm expert would find it difficult to walk out. The walls of this cave are not only 10 feet high, but we've also smeared them with oil. You can't escape. Staring at Lin Tian, Zhan Feng said coldly. In other words, you can only passively take our attacks. Under such circumstances, it doesn't matter how fast you are. Even if it's a battle of attrition, we can exhaust you to death. Finishing his words, Zhan Feng sneered and took out the long spear on his back. Graceful spirit spear, middle rank spirit weapon. Zhan Feng said proudly. After that, clanging sounds could be heard as Ningyu and the others pulled out their weapons. Ningyu was ranked 9th in the outer residence. He held a light saber in his hand, which was a lower-rank spirit weapon. As for the others, although their weapons were not spirit weapons, they were much stronger than ordinary weapons. The group of people stood at the top of the cave, aiming their weapons at Lin Tian. "Do you really think I'm a cornered beast?" Lin Tian said with a smile. John Feng said sarcastically, "Aren't you?" "Who knows?" Lin Tiantan smiled. He stared at them with an evil gaze. He squatted down slightly, then stepped on the ground and leaped into the air. This leap was 3 feet high. Seeing this, John Feng and the others burst into laughter. "Do you think you're a divine vein realm expert? That you can jump into a cave that's 10 feet high? Or do you think you've reached the flight realm and can fly? Your IQ is worrying. Maybe you're really scared silly." Everyone mocked. Lin Tian, who had leaped 30 feet into the air, began to fall freely without any support. This made the 6 of them burst out in laughter again. "He's really a fool," Xiao Yun said sarcastically. "Is that so?" As the 2 words sounded, Lin Tian smiled evilly in midair. His right foot stepped lightly in the air, and a white airwave appeared. His falling body suddenly shook, and then he rushed to the top of the cave. This leap was 3 feet high again. Moreover, he was jumping in the air. How is this possible? What did he do? Looking at this scene, John Feng and the others' expressions changed. A mere body refinement realm expert could actually jump in the air. Even a divine vein realm expert couldn't do this. Lin Tian had an evil sneer on his face as he jumped continuously in the air, climbing to the top step by step. After reaching the 2nd level of the duality steps, he could temporarily move in the air. At this moment, he was naturally using the 2nd level of the duality steps. "Attack! Attack quickly!" Xiao Yun screamed. John Feng and the others quickly raised the weapons in their hands, and streaks of martial skills flashed. "Too late!" A cold voice sounded. Lin Tian, who was still in the air, had unsheathed the sword of origin. With a clang, the ear-piercing sound of the sword echoed, and a dense silver sword curtain swept towards the 6 people like a vast ocean. Shocking wind sword. So! The sword she cut through the air, and it was extremely destructive. The shocking wind sword was already incomparably powerful, comparable to a high-grade body refinement martial skill. In addition, at this moment, Lin Tian used the sword of origin to slash out this move. Its might was a full 20% stronger than usual, instantly shocking everyone. "Ah!" A scream was immediately heard. The weapon in Sun Chang's hand was broken by the shocking wind sword, and he was penetrated by several sword auras. He fell from the top of the cave and landed on the ground with a loud bang. Blood gushed out of his mouth, and he died on the spot. "You actually dare to kill!" Xiao Yun screamed. "Idiot!" Another sword she attacked, and it went straight for Xiao Yun's face. This sword scared Xiao Yun to the point that her beautiful face turned pale. Fortunately, John Feng was beside her. The long spear in his hand shook, and the sword she was shattered, saving Xiao Yun. At this moment, Lin Tian had already reached the top of the cave, and he glanced at everyone indifferently. Looking at Lin Tian, John Feng and the others' faces became extremely gloomy. "How did you do it?" John Feng said in a deep voice. "Guess." Lin Tian looked at him indifferently. Such words, coupled with Lin Tian's indifferent expression, made John Feng's face even more gloomy. "Don't be too proud. So what if you rushed up? So what if you killed Sun Chang? Now that you're facing the 4 of us at the same time, do you think you have a chance of winning? It's still a dead end. You're just making us spend more effort. You're quite confident," Lin Tian mocked. "I'm just stating a fact," John Feng said coldly. "Is that so?" Lin Tian stared at John Feng evilly, and said, "If I tell you that from the first time I saw you, I knew that you wanted to deal with me, and I purposely followed you here, would you still think the same?" Hearing this, John Feng's face changed, and the others were also moved. What did you say? Zhang Feng's face was gloomy. Nothing. Lin Tiantan smiled. After saying this, he stepped forward, and the long sword in his hand slashed at the 5 people opposite him. Let's go down first, we can't use our strength here, Zhang Feng shouted. Hearing Zhang Feng's words, Yishang and the others nodded, and jumped down together, toward the other side of the cave. The space at the top of the cave was somewhat narrow, and it did not allow them to attack Lin Tian together. Lightning sword! An indifferent voice sounded. Like a comet streaking across the sky, Yishang, who was still in the air, let out a scream. His heart was pierced by Lin Tian's origin-returning sword. Finally, the group of people landed on the ground. Looking at Yishang's corpse on the ground, Zhang Feng and the others' expressions became ugly, especially Xiao Yun, whose face became somewhat pale, and could not help but tremble. They had set up an inescapable net to deal with Lin Tian, and originally thought that they could easily kill Lin Tian, but now, in such a short period of time, out of the 6 of them, 2 were killed by Lin Tiansha, and they were both killed in one strike, which made Xiao Yun somewhat fearful. Seems like you're not ranked 2nd in the outer house by luck, Zhang Feng said solemnly. You talk too much, Lin Tianan said coldly. His body flashed, and the origin-returning sword slashed down. Zhang Feng used the spear in his hand to meet the attack, and the spear and sword clashed, producing a loud clang. At this time, the sound of weapons rang out from the side. Dingyan and Ningyu attacked together. Ningyu held a low-grade spirit artifact light blade in his hand, and as for Dingyan, he held a double-edged sword. Although it was not a spirit artifact, it was not much worse than a low-grade spirit artifact. Lin Tian pushed Zhang Feng away, and the origin-returning sword blocked the light blade, and then kicked Dingyan's abdomen. With a pling sound, Dingyan was sent flying, and crashed into a large tree not far away. Good, good, good. Not bad, you have some strength, Zhang Feng said in a low voice. Lin Tian's expression was calm. Without strength, how would I dare to come to Hongmen alone, and kill all of you? Staring at them, he had a cold smile on his face, calm and indifferent. Such an expression caused the faces of the few people to sink. Chapter 61. Rex. Zhang Feng's aura was very strong. He stood together with Ning Yu and Dingyan. 3 powerful auras spread out and pressed on Lin Tian. The 3 of them guarded 3 positions, surrounding Lin Tian in the center. I've killed demonic beasts comparable to the divine vein realm. You guys are nothing, Lin Tiantan said coldly. Zhang Feng and the other 2 snorted. Naturally, they didn't believe him. Shameless boasting! Stop talking nonsense. If we drag this out, we'll be in trouble if we're discovered. Kill him as fast as you can. The 3 of them looked cold. Clanging sounds were endless. Spears, swords, and sabers. For a moment, powerful true core force intertwined. The sword in his hand is a middle-grade spirit weapon. It's much stronger than your weapons. Don't fight it head-on, Zhang Feng said in a deep voice. I'll charge at the front and suppress him with my spirit spear. You 2 attack from the side. Okay. Ning Yu and Dingyan nodded. True core force surged. The next moment, the 3 of them pressed on Lin Tian at the same time. Zhang Feng waved the long spear in his hand. His movements were as smooth as flowing water, shooting out spear lights. High-grade body-refining martial art, Black Cloud spear art. Have a try, Zhang Feng said coldly. Lin Tian didn't care. He waved the long sword in his hand and slashed forward. Moon-breaking sword! 1000 spirit saber! At this moment, 2 other voices sounded from the left and right. Ning Yu and Dingyan charged over. Although their auras were weaker than Zhang Feng's, it wasn't by much. Obviously, both of them had displayed high-grade body-refining martial arts. Go back, Lin Tianling said indifferently. He turned the long sword in his hand, and the shocking wind sword was swung away. Clang! The ear-piercing sword whistled through the sky. This sword was stronger and faster than the previous one. There were also more sword shadows. Zhan Feng was blown away. The dense sword shadows collided with Ding Yin and Ning Yu's saber and sword light. The three of them shattered at the same time. Shocking wind sword art? You can actually break our high-grade body-refining martial art. Did you cultivate this sword art to greater mastery? Ding Yan's expression changed. The art of the shocking wind sword, which no one had been able to cultivate, was actually able to display such terrifying power in the hands of Lin Tian. With a cold snort, Lin Tianyi charged at Ding Yan like a bolt of lightning. Your opponent is me! Zhan Feng dodged and attacked Lin Tian with his spirit weapon. Fire fist! Get out of my way! Following a cold snort, the sky was instantly filled with resplendent flames. Petty tricks! Zhan Feng said coldly. Once the black cloud spear technique was unleashed, it defeated all the fire fists. However, at this moment, Lin Tian had already disappeared from his sight. His speed was like a ghost. It was also at this moment that four cold words resounded. Lightning sword! Like a bolt of lightning, a beam of light streaked across the space. Crack! Behind Zhan Feng, Ding Yan's double-edged sword snapped. He was still in the posture of swinging his sword, but a glaring wound appeared on his neck as he fell to the ground with a thump. The lightning sword was like a bolt of lightning. It was a one-hit kill! After reaching the second stage of the yin-yang steps, Lin Tian's speed became even faster. Naturally, he was able to use the lightning sword more smoothly. He killed Ding Yan, who was in the 8th level of the body refinement realm. Zhan Feng, Ning Yu, and Xiao Yun's expressions all changed. What are you doing? The 5 of you working together can't even kill someone with a lower cultivation level than you! Xiao Yun shrieked. Lin Tian had killed 3 people in a row, which made her feel afraid. Don't worry! We've taken the money, so we'll naturally do it for you, Zhan Feng said in a low voice. Do it in hell? Lin Tian smiled. His figure flashed, and he approached Zhan Feng like a flicker of light. When he was 15 meters away from Zhan Feng, he leaped up and slashed out countless silver energy swords with the origin returning sword in his hand. Each of these energy swords contained the power of the wind, and the sound of the swords was ear-piercing. Zhan Feng's expression changed. He quickly retreated and met the attack with his spear. A good chance! Ning Yu, go! Zhan Feng shouted. Thousand Spirit Saber! Ning Yu shouted coldly. Taking advantage of the fact that Lin Tian was in the air, he attacked from the other side. Lin Tian's expression did not change, and the corner of his mouth curled into a cold smile. I've been waiting for you. Lin Tian withdrew the energy sword slashing at Zhan Feng. His right foot shook, and he spun in the air. He charged at Ning Yu at an even faster speed, and the origin returning sword mercilessly slashed out. Lightning sword! With a puff, blood splattered. Ning Yu's throat was pierced. Landing on the ground, Lin Tian turned around and looked at Zhan Feng. You! Zhan Feng's expression changed, and he could not help but take a step back. Kill! Zhan Feng roared, and an even stronger aura erupted from his body. The spirit spear in his hand was pressed down like a stick, and the sky was filled with spear lights. When they hit Lin Tian, they stirred up a cloud of dust. Lin Tian flipped the sword in his hand and swung it away, shattering all the spear lights. With a whoosh, Lin Tian raised his head and was stunned. He saw that after Zhan Feng displayed a powerful attack, he turned around and fled in the direction of the martial house. Can you escape? Lin Tianlin laughed. His figure flashed, and he used the yin-yang steps. In just a few breaths he caught up with Zhan Feng. Clang! A sword light fell and slashed in front of Zhan Feng. Lin Tian dodged from the side and kicked Zhan Feng in the chest, causing Zhan Feng to fly back in a sorry state. With a bang, Zhan Feng fell to the ground and coughed out a mouthful of blood. Lin Tian held the origin returning sword in his hand and approached step by step. Brother! Brother Lin, have mercy! Zhan Feng cried out. Have mercy? Give me a reason to have mercy. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. John Feng trembled and took out the gold card from his arms. Aren't you short of money? There are 200,000 spirit coins in here. We'll split it half. No, I'll give you all of it. All of it. I only beg you to spare my life. After I kill you, this thing will naturally be mine, Lin Tianling said indifferently. Zhang Feng's face turned pale and his body trembled. He thought for a moment and quickly said, You have a grudge with the Shao family, right? As long as you don't kill me, I'll give you the spirit coins. Moreover, I'll help you deal with the Shao family in the future. What do you think? I'm at the 8th level of the refinement realm. With such a person helping you, it'll be a great help, right? In the distance, Xiaoyun's face changed. Zhang Feng, what did you say? We paid you, and you're actually like this. Xiaoyun screamed. Zhang Feng's face was pale. At this moment, how could he still listen to Xiaoyun's words? He only looked at Lin Tian pleadingly. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhang Feng. After a while, the corner of his mouth raised and he extended his left hand towards Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng was delighted and quickly reached out his right hand to grab Lin Tian's left hand. Pooh! A piercing pain came. Zhang Feng lowered his head and saw that Lin Tian's sword was stabbed into his chest. You! Staring at Lin Tian, Zhang Feng's eyes widened. I'm quite curious. Why are you grabbing my hand? Lin Tian narrowed his eyes and said. Zhang Feng spat out a mouthful of blood and the light in his eyes quickly dimmed. His head tilted and he died. Even after he died, his eyes were still wide open. Lin Tian pulled out the origin returning sword, turned around, and forced Xiaoyun. Seeing Lin Tian walk over, Xiaoyun was instantly terrified. You! Don't come over! Stop! Retreating in a sorry state, Xiaoyun trembled as she took out a martial fusion rune scroll from her bosom. This is a treasure that father bought from the E-Treasure Pavilion. It's a martial fusion rune scroll made by a rank 2 array manipulator. If you come any closer, I'll open the scroll and you'll die without a doubt. Lin Tian stopped in his tracks and suddenly laughed loudly. What are you laughing at? Xiaoyun said loudly. Lin Tian put away his wild laughter with great difficulty, and once again rushed towards Xiaoyun. Unfortunately, the rank 2 array manipulator you spoke of is me. He smiled faintly. Hearing this, Xiaoyun's face changed. You! What did you say? Xiaoyun's lips trembled as if she heard the most terrifying thing in the world. You don't understand? Lin Tian now said. Then I'll show you for free. He stretched out his left hand and a faint soul power surged. The martial fusion rune scroll in Xiaoyun's hand suddenly emitted light. Xiaoyun was so scared that she hurriedly threw it away. Almost at the same time she threw it, dense sword energy spread out and shattered a few boulders beside her. How did you? Staring at Lin Tian again, Xiaoyun's eyes were full of fear. Because I made it. Naturally, I can control it better. The corner of Lin Tian's mouth curled up, and he smiled evilly. Speaking of which, I still have to thank your father for spending 60,000 spirit coins to buy my things. Speaking of which, his face turned cold. However, that money originally belonged to my Lin family. Xiaoyun's face became incomparably pale. She kept trembling. How is this possible? How is this possible? Xiaoyun never would have thought that Lin Tian, who was weak and sickly a few months ago, would not only become a 9-star genius in a few months, enter the 9-sun martial house and be ranked second in the outer house, but also become a second-stage array controller. A second-stage array controller. This was enough to make the entire Shao family afraid and fearful. The man who was once looked down upon by her and the entire Shao family had now grown to this step. Let me tell you another surprise. Lin Tian came in front of Xiaoyun and said, The property deed of the Lin family that was cheated by your Shao family, as well as your Shao family's property deed, are now in my hands. You understand what I mean, right? Now I can destroy your Shao family at any time and let your Shao family live on the streets. What did you say? Xiaoyun lost her voice. Impossible. The Shao family guards so much. How could you break in without being discovered? Moreover, the old house is the most secure. There are more than 10 locks in the front and back. In addition, there are guards guarding outside. Even if you can open the lock, you will definitely alarm the guards. You are lying. Lying? Lin Tian disdainfully said. That night, when you and your father Shao Nan were plotting to kill me with 500,000 spirit coins, I was outside the house. Unfortunately, I heard everything. Of course, I did not expect you to spend an extra 100,000 spirit coins in the end. Do you still think I am lying when I say this? You. Hearing this, Xiao Yun's face completely changed. At this moment, Xiao Yun was truly afraid. Her whole body was trembling. Shao family, is it over? Kung! The sound of a sword rang out, making Xiao Yun tremble again. Wait. Don't kill me. Xiao Yun begged for mercy. Her eyes were full of fear. She said in a trembling voice. I was just confused for a moment. I beg you, Brother Tian, for the sake of our past relationship, please let me go. As long as you don't kill me, I will do anything. Even that kind of thing, if you want, you can do it anytime and anywhere. Looking at Lin Tian, Xiao Yun's eyes were filled with fear. She made a crying face. Brother Tian? Lin Tian's face was full of sarcasm. Shut your stinky mouth. Don't call me that, it sounds disgusting. Trash like you, even a sow is better than you. Poof! Lin Tian mercilessly swung his sword. With a flash of blood, Xiao Yun's head flew out. Chapter 62. After glancing around indifferently, Lin Tian quickly moved. He found a gold spirit coin card from Zhan Feng and the other 4. Then, he put away Zhan Feng's mid-grade spirit spear and Ning Yu's low-grade spirit saber. 600,000 spirit coins, 1 mid-grade spirit weapon, and 1 low-grade spirit weapon. Heh, what a bountiful harvest! Lin Tianling smiled. At this moment, wolf howls came from afar. Lin Tian raised his head and immediately felt a familiar demonic aura. Blood wolf pack? Their noses are really sharp. Lin Tian thought to himself. Without hesitation, Lin Tian quickly retreated and hid. Not long after, in the Class 2 demonic beast area, Lin Tian spent a lot of effort to find some huge banana leaves to wrap the spirit spear and spirit saber. Then, he walked towards the 9-yang martial house. After returning to the martial house, Lin Tian immediately closed the door. The spirit spear and spirit saber must be sold as soon as possible. Lin Tian thought to himself. After thinking about it, Lin Tian's heart moved. He could only go to the exchange pavilion for these items. Immediately, Lin Tian did not stay. After wrapping himself in a black robe, he directly left the martial house. When he arrived at the exchange pavilion, it was still very lively. Lin Tian moved and went directly to the inspection hall. You are the array manipulator from last time? The middle-aged man from the inspection hall stood up. That's me. Under the black robe, Lin Tian spoke and took out the spirit spear and spirit saber wrapped in cloth. Help me appraise these 2 items and immediately auction them off. Zhan Feng's spirit spear and Ning Yu's spirit saber were not unique. There were many similar grade and appearance weapons. Therefore, as long as these 2 items were sold, Lin Tian had nothing to worry about. The middle-aged man swept his gaze and was immediately shocked. Spirit weapon? Yes. Lin Tian nodded. The middle-aged man looked at Lin Tian and bowed slightly. Lord Pushi previously instructed me to invite you directly to the VIP lounge on the 2nd floor if you came. Little brother, please follow me. Okay. Lin Tian nodded. He was quite familiar with Pushi. Under the guidance of the middle-aged man, Lin Tian quickly arrived at a room on the 2nd floor. Master Pushi, that little brother array controller from last time is here. The middle-aged man lightly knocked on the door. 2 breaths later, the door was pulled open. Pushi stood at the door with a smile on his face. He glanced at Lin Tian and said, Distinguished guest! Distinguished guests! Little brother, come in quickly. Sorry to disturb you, Lin Tian said politely. After sitting down, Puxi asked with a smile, Little brother, what brings you here today? Yes, we are here to auction 2 items. Lin Tian now. At this time, the middle-aged man also spoke and told them about the 2 spirit artifacts. Oh? A mid-grade spirit artifact and a low-grade spirit artifact. Ha 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 ha, little brother, you're going to bring a lot of profit to my exchange pavilion this time. Hearing this, Puxi laughed, stood up and said, Just in time, there is an auction before noon. Little brother, please wait a moment, this old man will inform Xian Yao immediately. Sorry to trouble you, Puxi. Lin Tian now. Puxi waved his hand and said, You're giving money to my exchange pavilion. How is this troublesome? Ha! Puxi then personally delivered the 2 spirit artifacts to Xian Yao. Lin Tian waited in the room. Soon, he vaguely heard the noise coming from the auction house, and the words, Spirit artifact, floated into his ears. After about an hour, the noise from the auction house gradually disappeared. It seemed that the auction had ended. In this way, another quarter of an hour passed quickly. Creak! The door of the VIP lounge was pushed open, and a familiar fragrance wafted from afar. Good brother, you're finally willing to come. Sister has been looking forward to seeing you. A charming voice sounded. Xian Yao had changed into a black dress today, and her slim figure was even more charming and moving. She was a peerless beauty. With charming steps, she walked directly to Lin Tian and looked into Lin Tian's eyes with a silly smile. Lin Tian coughed dryly and couldn't help but lean back a little. At this moment, Xian Yao's body was almost pressed against his. The seductive scent of her body entered the tip of his nose, and it really made him feel a little annoyed. Hee, brother is shy again. So cute. Xian Yao covered her mouth and giggled. Lin Tian. This damn seductress, calling him brother so smoothly. Brother, what's wrong with you? Say something. Don't tell me you're mesmerized by sister? Xian Yao moved closer to Lin Tian. The seductive scent of her body floated in the air, and her curvaceous body exuded a mature charm. For any normal man, this scene was absolutely unbearable. If not for Lin Tian's strong will, he was afraid that he would have fallen for her. Cough. Miss. Puxi's dry cough sounded from behind. Xian Yao rolled her eyes and moved away from Lin Tian. So boring. However, after moving away, she leaned against Lin Tian's chair and didn't find another chair to sit on. Lin Tian. He was really not good at dealing with this seductress. If he had a choice, he would rather fight with the red-faced ghost. Not only him, but Puxi also felt a little helpless. Ignoring Xian Yao, Puxi sat down on the side and looked at Lin Tian with a smile. Little brother, the spiritual weapons of the 2 sects have been sold for a total of 140,000 spirit coins. This time, the Yibao Pavilion will only take a small percentage. This is a card worth 100,000 spirit coins. With that, Puxi handed a gold card to Lin Tian. Thank you, Elder Puxi. Lin Tian Andao. Hey. Xian Yao's dissatisfied voice sounded from the side. Brother, you're wrong. Sister spent a lot of effort to know that this thing was brought by you. You only thank Elder Puxi and not sister? Under the black robe, Lin Tian was slightly embarrassed and hurriedly said, Thank you, sister. Miss Xian. Lin Tian was speechless. He was almost taken in by this seductress and called her sister. Why don't you call me sister? It's more intimate. Xian Yao snickered. Lin Tian glanced at Xian Yao and thought to himself, this woman is really a huge disaster to men. Every move of hers is filled with seductiveness and charm. Even the emperor of Northern Flame Country would probably be moved by her. Puxi looked at Lin Tian and said, Well, little brother is about to enter the 8th layer of the body refinement realm, right? And yes. Lin Tian did not hide it. Reaching the 8th layer of the body refinement realm at the age of 16, there are not many people since ancient times. Plus, you're a 3rd order array master. Little brother's talent is really amazing. Even in the Imperial City, there are not many people in the same generation who can compare to you. Pushi sighed. Elder Pushi is too kind, Lin Tian said modestly. Don't mention it, I'm just telling the truth. Pushi shook his head. In the guest hall, Lin Tian and Pushi chatted for about half an hour. Facing Pushi, Lin Tian did not feel the slightest pressure. It was countless times more relaxed than facing Xian Yao. I'm sorry to disturb you this time. I have something to do, so I'll leave first. Half an hour later, Lin Tian got up and said goodbye. Hey, why are you leaving again? Little brother, do you have so many things to do? Xian Yao bent down, revealing a large area of snow-white chest and a seductive deep cleavage. Could it be that little brother is afraid that sister will eat you? Lin Tian. He was indeed afraid of being eaten by this seductress. Hee, I won't tease little brother anymore. Seeing Lin Tian's expression, Xian Yao snickered again. In the afternoon auction, there is a good thing that little brother will be interested in. Do you want to hear it? Hearing this, Lin Tian was slightly puzzled. What thing? Guess? Xian Yao winked at Lin Tian, looking even more charming and seductive. I can't guess. Lin Tian shook his head. Call me sister, sister will tell you immediately. Lin Tian. Pusher couldn't stand it anymore and coughed dryly again. Miss. Xian Yao rolled her eyes and said mysteriously to Lin Tian. Yesterday, Yibao Pavilion received a stone ring. Stone ring? Lin Tian Wei was puzzled. What was there to be mysterious about? Hearing Lin Tian's tone, Xian Yao giggled. It seems that little brother doesn't know much about it. After a pause, Xian Yao said, This stone ring is said to be made of some kind of mysterious ore. There is a small space inside. Holding it, you can store a certain amount of things inside. You don't have to carry big and small bags with you. It's very convenient. Hearing this, Lin Tian Wei was shocked. A mustard seed contains Mount Sumeru? He was a little surprised. Xian Yao nodded and giggled. Something like that. However, it's a bit exaggerated to say that it contains Mount Sumeru. The space inside this stone ring is about 3 cubic meters. 3 cubic meters, that's not bad. Lin Tian Yao. Wearing a small stone ring on one's finger was equivalent to carrying a 3 cubic meter storage space. It was very convenient, and could indeed save the user a lot of trouble. Why? Little brother, are you tempted? Xian Yao smiled. Lin Tian didn't hide it and said, Yes, indeed. Thinking about it, if he had such a stone ring, then he wouldn't have to carry the long sword on his back. After putting it in the stone ring, he could easily carry the long sword with him wherever he went. Moreover, he could put a lot of formation scrolls into it to increase his trump cards. For example, after killing Zhang Feng today, he could easily put away the spirit spear and the spirit saber without spending a lot of effort to find banana leaves to hide the shape of the spear and the saber. This thing was indeed very valuable. Xian Yao and Pu Shi looked at each other, and then giggled. Her beautiful face was almost pressed on Lin Tian's shoulder. She whispered, Little brother, do you want it? If you do, I can make the decision and sell it to you at a cheap price. Really? Lin Tianyi was happy. He really wanted this stone ring. Of course, I won't lie to you. How much? 700,000 spirit coins. Xian Yao said. Under the black robe, Lin Tianyi was shocked and subconsciously cried out. Damn! You're robbing me! Xian Yao and Pushi were both stunned as they stared blankly at Lin Tian. Lin Tian was a little embarrassed. He coughed twice and said, Well, I mean, 700,000 spirit coins is too expensive. Xian Yao snorted and pretended to be unhappy. She said, Good brother, do you think I'll be willing to sell it to you at a high price? If this thing were to be auctioned, the transaction value would be at least 1.5 million spirit coins. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have sold it so cheaply. Hearing this, Lin Tian suddenly felt even more embarrassed. But then, he was a little confused. Isn't this thing to be auctioned? Can it be sold to others directly? The owner doesn't have any objection? You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.